So if we could just please hold any final comments while SPS TV takes us live. After a brief pause, I will call us to order. Tansi Okimau Isim Nitisi Nikason. Hello, this is Director DeWolf. Thank you for being here. I am now calling the September 23rd, 2020 regular board meeting to order at 3 p.m. on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020. To begin, we live and go to school in a city that is the ancestral homeland to the Muckleshoot Nation, the Suquamish Nation, and the Duwamish people. We acknowledge them as custodians of this land since time immemorial. As guests, and in many of our cases as settlers on this land, we extend our deepest gratitude and respect to their ancestors and elders, past, present, and future. Ms. Wilson-Jones, please roll call.
Director Hampson?
Here.
Director Harris? Director Harris? Looks like not yet. Director Hersey?
Here.
Director Mack?
Here.
Director Rankin?
Here.
Director Rivera-Smith?
Present.
Director DeWolf?
Here. Okay, thank you, Ms. Wilson. Superintendent Juneau is also joining us for today's meeting, and additional staff will be briefing the board as we move through the agenda. As we begin today's meeting, I would also like to welcome Giselle Masmela, who is joining us as the student representative from Franklin High School today. Director Hersey, you'll be interested to hear that.
Go Franklin.
Yeah, we are excited to resume our schedule of student representatives, and we'll be hearing from Giselle later in the meeting. We've also returned to leading off public testimony with high school students, and we'll hear from Savannah Blackwell from Franklin High School during our testimony period today as well. Just some final housekeeping. This meeting is being held remotely per the governor's proclamation prohibiting meetings such as this one from being held in person. The public is being provided remote access today by phone and through SPS TV by broadcast and streaming on YouTube. To facilitate this meeting, I will ask all participants to ensure you are muted when you are not speaking. Staff may be muting participants to address feedback and ensure we can hear directors and staff. I will now turn it over to Superintendent Juneau for her comments before we move to the students' comments. Superintendent Juneau.
Yes, thank you, President DeWolf, and thanks everybody for being here again. I just want to be brief and share some of the amazing work our teams are doing during this dual pandemic to better serve our African-American boys and teens and other students furthest from educational justice. This past week, we got great news from the Academy for Rising Educators. As you know, that is one of our career pathways in Seattle Public Schools and also one of our recruitment strategies for our strategic plan priority of increasing our educators of color in our system. Through the hard work happening in human resources with the Academy for Rising Educators, we have 82 POC candidates in the Academy for Rising Educators. Of those 82, 82% of that are Seattle born, 43 are African American, and of those 43, 32 are African American males, 24 Asians, 12 Latinx, 3 Native. And so we are building a teaching force that truly reflects our students. And so I want, it's a slow process, but it is one that will pay off in the end. So just super proud of that work. I also want to congratulate all those who fought and won to ensure that we can build a brand new Rainier Beach High School. As announced last week, the current building will not be landmarked, which means the Rainier Beach community gets a building that will be modern and representative of that community. A large team from Seattle Public Schools attended the Kingmakers Collaborative meeting. You know that we have been part of that for a few years now, and I believe that Director Hersey attended that as well. And so I'm excited to watch this effort grow in Seattle Public Schools. And then remember TAF and all of that conversation that happened what seems like a lifetime ago? Well, I'm happy to report that TAF has launched successfully at Washington Middle School And they are now wanting to discuss additional partnerships at the feeder schools so that students are ready for the STEM by Taft model when they get to Washington Middle School. And we all know that there are so many challenges in our remote setting, but we also know good things can still happen as a result of us being remote and the fact that we are not in brick and mortar and don't have those barriers. One good thing, and that this is super exciting, that we were able to pull off was opening our Sakatcheep classes at Chief Sealth International High School and Nathan Hale High School to Native students from our high schools across the city. So our registrars and our counselors and Gail Morris and her team are engaged in making sure that our Native students have access to the Sakatcheep classes and programs at those schools. So that's super exciting. You also know that our nutrition services staff have been rock stars throughout these past few months. Last Friday, we served 24,000 meals to families. That is a record for one-day service. And so 24,000, that's very significant. Just want to really, again, thank Director Smith and his team for making sure that the basic needs of our students and families are getting met across the city. We continue to gain partners that want to see Seattle Public Schools succeed. One of our very kind partners is providing teachers a monitor, a computer monitor, to help them work from home. These will be provided to teachers, will not be SPS devices, but of course our DOTS team has helped to manage this opportunity for our educators. So again, just a big shout out to our DOTS team. Dr. Scarlett, Dr. Williams, and Principal Fauntleroy have worked their magic yet again. They worked with the Harvard Graduate School of Education School Leadership Collaborative to provide an opportunity for 16 Seattle Public Schools Black school leaders to participate in that program this year. It's a great leadership opportunity, a great retention strategy, and so I can't wait to watch this cadre of amazing leaders learn and grow. I know that our access numbers, or those who are logging in, have been in the news. And just a reminder that when I announced those numbers at the last meeting, in order to be transparent, it was the first week of school. And now that we've been in remote learning for a while and our bugs continue to be worked out, our numbers are a little better. Overall, 91.8% of currently enrolled SPS students have accessed at least one online portal. So they have accessed Teams, Schoology, or Seesaw between September 4th and September 18th. Our preliminary data for elementary students show that 86.3% have logged in at least once to one of those platforms, 98.1% of middle schools, with 94.7% of African-American males logging on, 96.1% of our high school students, with 92.8% of our African-American males logging on at least once. This is all preliminary data that we will continue to scrub and analyze. We have seen increases in the percentage of students logging into each of those portals every day since school started. Teams usage in particular has roughly doubled, increasing from 42.4% to 85.1% from the start to the end of this time period. So things continue to roll. Our educators continue to reach out to those students who may not have accessed those portals yet to find out what kind of supports might be necessary. And Chief Berge will give an update on enrollment at the budget session next week. I just want to end my remarks by just saying that there's still a lot of good work going on, that it's recognized, and that our system is benefiting from all the hours that people are putting in. And I just want to thank all of the educators across our system for the enormous efforts they're giving to serve our students, to our families, for supporting our work, and for providing a learning space for our scholars to access learning in your homes. To the DOTS team for making the impossible possible. They have answered thousands of calls, tech tickets, and handled customers at the tech centers across the city. I want to thank our school leaders for doing whatever it takes to support your educators so they can support students and families. And of course, I want to thank our partners for stepping in and filling each gap that is presented during this dual pandemic. I am really forever grateful to each of you, and it's truly my honor to serve in partnership with all of you. So Thank you, President DeWolf and directors.
Thank you, Superintendent Junot. Okay, again, I would like to welcome Giselle Nasmela. Giselle is a senior at Franklin High School. She is a member of the Franklin High School ASB and is the captain of the Franklin volleyball team. She's currently serving as the Franklin High School. She's currently serving the Franklin High School student body tirelessly and capably. And we thank you so much for being here, Giselle. I'll turn it over to you for your comments.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here and represent Franklin High School. I know during this time of remote learning, it has been a struggle amongst everyone in the district. For example, students find it hard to get back into a routine, hard to stare at their laptop screen for 5 hours, hard to contact their teachers, and even hard to pick up materials. Not to mention the limitations that Microsoft Teams has created a disadvantage in online classroom environments. The problems are stacking up, but I hope that in the near future, we can find the solutions to these problems, and I believe it starts with just being available and supportive for each and every student. Outside of school, there are problems for students that have been ongoing. One example is fighting racism. When the Black Lives Matter movement arose to its ultimate high back in May and June, it was a wake-up call for everyone to act now. Franklin held the United for Black Lives demonstration on June 6th to show our support. During the process of planning this event, it was a struggle due to some choice of words that were not approved by our admin at first, and then the district due to its controversy. But in the end, Superintendent Junot, I saw you show up and come through, so I thank you for that, because in the end, we saw the unity and we saw and felt the movement. This was one of the moments where I felt extremely proud to be a Quaker, because since I was a freshman, I've noticed that there has always been a priority in uplifting every single student and their many self-identifying differences. Our faculty has always pushed us to use our voices, spread love, and fight for change together. I value these lessons that have been taught to me at Franklin, and I will take them with me wherever I go. Today, I hope I can bring some attention towards equity within the school district and to ensure it if and when we open schools back up. Sanitation and other COVID-related materials need to be equitably distributed. Social distancing and masks need to be strictly enforced at all schools. Other resources need to be available online for courses that require shared materials, and just compassion in the transition, because everyone is facing this pandemic in different ways, and I believe that we can get through it all together. And that's all I have to say.
Giselle, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your words, and thank you for your perspective. Really grateful to have you here. Do any directors have just any burning questions or anything for Giselle here before we move to the consent agenda? Okay, Giselle, and like I mentioned, please stick with us. We have 32 items on our agenda. We love your student perspective as we move through those. And I'll be kind of looking for you if you raise your hand in the teams. And so thank you for being here, and we'll move forward. Okay, we have now reached the consent portion of today's agenda. May I have a motion for this item, please?
This is Director Hampson. I move approval of the consent agenda.
Director Harris,
Thank you, Director.
second.
Thank you, Director Harris. Approval of the consent agenda has been moved by Director Hampson and seconded by Director Harris. Do directors have any items they would like to remove from the consent agenda?
This is Director Rivera Smith. I do have some items I would like to remove. I would like to remove the September 3rd work session minutes and the September 10th work session minutes.
May I have a revised motion for the consent agenda as amended, please?
Yes, you may. I move approval of the consent agenda as amended.
I second as amended.
Approval of the consent agenda as amended has been moved by Director Hampson and seconded by Director Harris. All those in favor of the motion as amended signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? Okay, this item has passed unanimously. Given that we are just right at the time, we'll come back to the consent items after public testimony. We have now reached the public testimony portion of the agenda, and we will be taking public testimony by teleconference today, as stated on the agenda. So for any speakers watching through SPS TV, please call in now to ensure you're on the phone line when your name is called. Board Procedure 1430BP provides the rules for testimony, and I ask that speakers are respectful of these rules. I will summarize some important parts of this procedure. First, testimony will be taken today from those individuals called from our public testimony list and, if applicable, the waiting list, which are included on today's agenda, posting on the school board website. And only those who are called by name should unmute their phones, and only one person should speak at a time. Speakers from the list may cede their time to another person when the listed speaker's name is called. The total amount of time allowed will not exceed 2 minutes for the combined number of speakers, and time will not be restarted after the new speaker begins. In order to maximize opportunities for others to address the board, each speaker is allowed only one speaking slot per meeting. If a speaker cedes time to a later speaker on the testimony list or waiting list, the person to whom time was ceded will not be called to provide testimony again later in the meeting, as there is only one speaking slot per person. Those who do not wish to have time ceded to them may decline and retain their place on the testimony or wait list. Finally, the majority of the speaker's time should be spent on the topic they have indicated they wish to speak about, and Ms. Wilson-Jones will read off the testimony speakers.
Thank you, Director DeWolf. A quick logistical note. Speakers, please remain muted until your name is called to provide testimony. When your name is called, please be sure you have unmuted on the device you are calling from, and also press *6 to unmute yourself on the conference call line. Each speaker will have a 2-minute speaking time, and a chime will sound when your time is exhausted, and the next speaker will then be called. First on the public testimony list today is Savannah Blackwell.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Savannah Blackwell, and I'm a proud senior at Franklin High School. I come representing Principal's Cabinet, the Theater Department, BSU, and much more. I'm very excited and honored to be with you all tonight. I'll begin speaking on the incredible community we fostered at Franklin. As of late, specifically the Black and Brown students, I can say that the admin at Franklin have been extremely intentional with the messages they're sending out. They continue to drive home a culture of love, equity, and respect, and have been candid in acknowledging the attack that is on Black and Brown people all over this country. I have already seen the ways the students have implemented those traits, even in the virtual world. I've been very appreciative of my community for all of the grace that has been extended to others around them and the creative ways we've found to support each other. With this, I have also noticed the places equity and resources in our community fall short. Because of the way the world is right now and the adaptations necessary for our school, many students in our community need more to continue the learning. I would like to see more direct communication and support to our school, including the student representatives. As a school in the South End with a high number of low-income families and families of color, we don't always find the necessary resources accessible. We would also appreciate some form of recognition for the work we've done. For example, our staff is currently participating in an ethnic studies training course and being proactive with the anti-racist work we stand by. Having some acknowledgement and appreciation for this work on a district level would mean a lot and encourage schools surrounding. And finally, as a senior, this year is especially challenging especially in regards to post-high school preparation. Franklin works hard to connect students with community-based organizations to help us with college and/or career planning. However, these services are supplemented through Franklin. We would like to see district-wide partnerships in support of our seniors. I believe these programs that every senior in our space takes advantage of should not only be a benefit for us, but students across the district. This could happen with your support and action. Thank you for having me. I look forward to the future.
Thank you, Savannah.
Yeah.
Next for public testimony is Danny Edwards.
Okay, hi, my name is Danny.
I am a senior at Ballard High School. I use they, them pronouns. And I'm here to talk about Microsoft Teams, specifically display names. So this district has blocked our abilities to change our display names on Teams. Danny is not my legal name. It is a much more gender neutral name that I've been using since 7th grade. And now this year, everyone can see my legal name, and everyone who didn't know me already is accidentally calling me it, and it makes me very uncomfortable. Trans and non-binary students deserve privacy in regards to their dead name. And in fact, the Gender Non-Discrimination and Affirmative Action Transgender and Gender Expansive Student Rights and Supports document signed by our superintendent, March 5th, 2020, clearly states students have the right to be addressed by the name and pronoun that corresponds to their gender identity consistently asserted at school. Not being able to change our display names in Microsoft Teams or in general is a direct contradiction to this policy. I have emailed and called the Student Gender and Name Designations Office several times over the course of a week with no response. I sent in a Let's Talk form to the superintendent's office describing the issue, and I got a response from someone in customer service. It's been a week and a half, and they've told me several times that they're still having issues connecting with their tech team. I ask that you make changes accordingly so that students can change their names as needed in Microsoft Teams accounts. Not only just with trans and non-binary students, but people have nicknames in general that they prefer to be called. And it's really annoying to have to correct people every class period because that's what I've been having to do. But it is clear that there is some kind of system in place to amend these issues, but the system is broken. It shouldn't take weeks to get a response. Just saying that nothing has been done. I don't think anyone at the district is doing anything intentionally to negatively affect trans and non-binary students. But even with no malintent, students like me are suffering the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Chris Jackins.
My name is Chris Jackins, box 84063, Seattle 98124. On the highly capable program plan, 3 points. Number 1, the board report states that this is a retroactive approval. What does this mean? Has the district process technically violated the law? Number 2, at the September 9th board meeting, the board approved funds for computers. That vote was termed a transparency vote. The funds had been spent on contracts that the board had not approved. Did the district technically violate the law in that case? Number 3, please publicly discuss how things are going with the Technology Access Foundation at Washington Middle School with some details. On the disposal and recycling contract, students are not physically attending school. There should be some large savings instead of an extension of the current contract. Please vote no. On the superintendent task force for the reopening plan and remote learning, 2 points. Number 1, please include a requirement that task force meetings will be open to the public. When the strategic plan was developed, the superintendent did not allow the public to attend the meetings. Number 2, I did not see any discussion of outdoor learning in the board report. On the amendments to policy 2015, selection and adoption of instructional materials, 2 points. The policy states that the school board must approve the membership of the instructional materials committee. It would be clearer to state must vote to approve. Number 2, in the recent adoption of science materials, the district refused to provide physical textbooks. Would physical textbooks help in the current remote learning situation? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next for public testimony is Manuela Sly. Manuela Sly.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Manuela Sly, Seattle Council PTSA President. First of all, my gratitude to all our educators across the district. Teachers have gone above and beyond supporting students learning how to navigate remote learning. They have also worked really hard to connect to students at the human level, despite the limitations of this virtual world and despite the difficulties many students face with device and internet connectivity issues. Today, I want to request SPS to truly honor the time and talent of parents and students willing to volunteer in the task force for the reopening plan and remote learning model. The VAR indicates that there will be 20 members appointed by the superintendent's office. A minimum of 1/3 of the members will be parents of students furthest from educational justice. My request is clear. Please make sure parent and student voice is valued and heard. Our communities are in dire need to be heard and supported to make remote learning work for our children. We're not checkboxes, we're here to truly collaborate. Regarding family engagement, as a follow-up on yesterday's work session, I want to reiterate our council's excitement to be in collaboration with anyone truly invested in advancing this important work. From teachers to union leaders to principals to chiefs, we really need everyone to make this a priority. But family engagement must be based on trust, so we really need to take a step back and start there. We have sat in enough meetings and presentations of family engagement, yet our families and students continue to be missing from the table, continue to struggle to connect to learning, and continue to feel unheard. It is hard to come to the party when trust has not been cultivated. Lastly, as president of the council, I have the following request for information that we can use to work with our units, our PTAs in buildings, so they can at the same time work the administrators and advocate for students that are not currently accounted for. We want 100% of participation from students. So we want numbers broken down by school, students that have not received a device from SPS, students that have not confirmed that they have other, students that have not logged at all, and students that have not logged in every single day. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Charles Ellis. Charles Ellis.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Charles Ellis, and I'm a parent of a kindergartner and a third grader at Lowell Elementary School, as well as having been a PTA member, board member, and volunteer there for the past 3 years. And I'm here today to speak in support of the proposal to fund the remainder of the costs of creating a school-based health center at Lowell. As a volunteer and member of both the PTA and the Lowell community, I've seen firsthand both the strength and resilience of the Lowell community and the challenges faced by students at Lowell. So I support the creation of a school-based health center to support the students and families in the Lowell community. For those who may not know, Lowell Elementary School is located in the Capitol Hill neighborhood of Seattle, but has a large catchment area that includes downtown, Belltown, South Lake Union, and parts of the International District, and is the assigned elementary school for all downtown homeless shelters. Because our community includes many students who are transitional, homeless, or from families that are experiencing trauma, as well as serving students that have medically fragile conditions, it is really important that our students and their families have healthcare and services support, especially when consistent access to those can be challenging due to them not having housing security. A school-based health center would help the Lowell community be better served in the needs not only of the school students of staff, but also of students' families. Now, we have support from the Capitol Hill Eco District, working in partnership with Odessa Brown Children's Clinic and Country Doctor Community Health Center to make this clinic a reality at Lowell. And so I would ask you today to add your support to that. We know that students do better when they and their caregivers have robust support systems. Helping the students isn't always enough, especially when their families are in need or trauma. If we can support all the students at Lowell, we can help create better opportunities and outcomes for them. Thank you very much, and I yield the rest of my time.
Next for public testimony is Akila Jimerson. Akila Jimerson.
Hi, my name is Akila Jimerson. I work with Capitol Hill Housing, the Eco District, through Capitol Hill. I am the project manager for Lowell School-Based Health Center, and I am testimony today is for supporting the rest of the funding for the School-Based Health Center capital build out. Seeing the challenges and knowing the challenges that Lowell face with having a high population of homeless families, medical fragile students, I feel like the School-Based Health Center would be a great benefit for the Lowell community. It would not only support the students, but also the staff having the School-Based Health Center there. And it would be a game changer to create healthy, sustainable living for families that are experiencing trauma and the lack of resources in their lives. So by having a school-based health center, it could not just only decrease attendance, attendance for students help families that have no transportation to be able to receive medical care with no charge. I think this would be a great thing for the families at Lowell. So please support the funding for the capital build out for Lowell. Thank you.
Next for testimony is Emily Churkin. Emily Churkin.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Churkin. Looking at the speaker list today and from social media posts the last few days, it's clear I'm not the only parent concerned about the remote learning experience so far. The district's all online approach to remote learning is not sustainable. Remote learning does not have to mean all screen-based. Research continually shows the learning benefits of reading on paper versus a screen and handwriting on paper versus a keyboard. The district's all-screen strategy has led to rampant frustration for families and is negatively impacting the educational experience for our kids, who are screen saturated and burned out, and it's not even October. This is not a teacher issue. It is a district leadership problem. Here are 3 examples. My son's school says they're only able to provide 1 textbook for his 6 classes. If we were in buildings right now, would he still have only 1 textbook for 6 different subjects? Many students in the district now have laptops at home, but no physical books for independent reading. Yet school libraries around the city are full of books and empty of children. If lunches and laptops can be distributed, why not books and printed learning materials? One 9th grader shared with me a list of 18 different apps and sites he's required to use to do remote learning, including using his own personal smartphone. Please describe how you're protecting children's privacy rights and explain why it is acceptable for some teachers to require students to utilize personal smartphones as learning tools. How is this equitable? Finally, please address these issues. The bar for reopening schools makes no mention of the outdoor learning option that was previously discussed. What is the current status of that proposal and why is there no mention of it here? Second, at the board meeting 2 weeks ago, a director asked for a demographics report on who was logging in successfully to remote learning and how these numbers varied between schools. Where is that report and what were the findings? I understand these are difficult and unprecedented times. I know our teachers are working hard. Please center children in your decision making. Thank you.
Next for testimony is Trina Saldana. Trina Saldana. Trina Saldana.
Hi, this is Trina Saldana. My comments are brief. I just wanted to mention that I really appreciate all the hard work everyone is doing and the leadership I do, and I'm here to advocate for those furthest from justice. I'm a parent of a Garfield 10th grader, and fortunately for him, he has a mom who has the means and the time to give him attention. So I'm here to speak on behalf of those who might not be able to join this meeting and advocate for their children. My message is to please keep pushing and widening that circle to include people in the opening task force and also widening the circle so that when we do get the tutors, which I am very much behind, we get to those students that are furthest from justice. And I want to know what goals, what measurable ways in terms of contacting those families and those children who are furthest from justice so they get access to these tutors. Because it's great that we'll have tutors, but then we need to connect that effort to the students that need that kind of support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Marisa Cabral. Marisa Cabral.
Hello to the school board. So I've read the Durkin report that just came out on the state of internet for all in Seattle. It represents a survey that, as it says in the document, is skewed because it overrepresents white and not very poor families. And yet, despite of the skew, we read in the report that there are still 16% of students without adequate internet service. That's more than 1 in 6 students. And 11% have no internet at all. I think this means that the outreach from schools to families has been incredibly insufficient or ineffective because schools do have the tech available, I believe, hotspots to give out, and also can guide families on how to get Comcast service at discounted or free rates for those who qualify. Yet Seattle Public Schools does have policies for family engagement, namely policies number 4110 and 4129, but for some reason schools are either not trying hard enough or trying but not succeeding.
Marisa, I believe that we just lost you from the line. Moving on to Robin Schwartz. Robin Schwartz is next up for testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, is that Marisa?
Yes, I got disconnected.
Marisa, you still have about 30 seconds in your testimony.
Okay, and can they hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so we've heard from parents in schools across Seattle that their school principal does not know which families are still in need of tech services and internet access in particular. So I think it is clear to everyone, I hope, that this is a public education emergency. Therefore, I would like to suggest that the school board declares a public education emergency. And consistent with that, that the school board instructs Superintendent Junot to A, make available the resources necessary, and B, establish accountability measures for school principals so that principals are made accountable for conducting outreach to all families. Thank you.
Thank you. Please conclude. Thank you.
Next is Robin Schwartz. Robin Schwartz, you may need to press *6 to unmute. Is Robin Schwartz on the line? Moving to the next on the list is Brian Terry. Brian Terry. Brian, you may need to press *6 if you're there. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, this is Brian Terry. The Highly Capable plan on the agenda today is inequitable by its own admission. Please do not approve it. Equitable identification has been our goal for many years, and yet we continue to fall short. District staff told me that they know which Black and Brown students are highly capable. However, they do not believe that these students can keep up in a classroom with their privileged peers. Identifying them as highly capable would risk disrupting the mostly white students in the program today. Putting white students first is the barrier to equitable identification. Please do not approve an inequitable, highly capable plan. On the topic of equity, I would like to ask that you prioritize getting all of our students online. 15% of students are unable to participate in online learning. That is more than 7,000 students who are still waiting for our help. As the tech liaison for Seattle Council PTSA, I continue to hear from these families and their teachers. They are desperate for our help, but do not know where to turn. Please find and engage with the families and teachers of these students. Listen to their needs and make it a priority to get all of our students online as soon as possible. Thank you.
Next for testimony is Robin Amadon. Robin Amadon.
Amadon?
Yes, go ahead, Robin.
Hello, this is Robin Amadon. Thank you for receiving my comments this evening. I represent the Low-Income Housing Institute, and I'd just like to make everyone aware of a proposed affordable mixed-use development that we hope to build at 7544 Martin Luther King Way South, with a groundbreaking scheduled for November of 2021. It will deliver 152 affordable units, and quite a few of them, as many as 58 units will be sized at 2 and 3 bedrooms to respond to the need for family-sized housing. The project will also include a wonderful 6-classroom preschool run by the Refugee Women's Alliance. It'll be a Seattle preschool program such that for lower income households, the preschool tuition will be free. So I look forward to receiving any questions you might have in the future about the project. We just wanted to let the wonderful school board know about the proposed development. We imagine that there will be roughly about 70 students generated from families living there in the future. So thanks so much. I can be reached at Lehigh at any time, Low Income Housing Institute. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Robin.
Next is Alexandra Olens. Alexandra Olens.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Alexandra Olens, and I'm the mother of a 6th grader at Madison Middle School. His name is Montashe Kamen. I very much appreciate the school board passing the unanimous resolution encouraging outdoor learning at the August 12th special meeting. The opportunity to get outdoor learning pilots up and running at the K-12, the K through 2nd, 6th, and 9th grade levels is fantastic. However, without guidance from the district on what can safely be done at the schools, no school can get a pilot up and running. The evidence is clear that there are psychological, physical, emotional, and academic benefits to kids being together and outside, I would say now more than ever. So my normally boisterous 6th grader, Montashe, now spends the vast majority of his school days silent, slumped on a pillow, staring into a screen. This is not healthy nor sustainable. Learning is based on relationships. Kids learn best when they can form relationships with their teachers, when they know each other and their peers. If the middle school wanted to start an outdoor learning pilot, perhaps during the Wednesday morning advisory period, administration has no way to start without guidance from the district. If parents want to work to get a pilot started, they are told nothing can happen without clear guidance from the district. Maybe the district thinks there's no interest, but I'm here to say that there is interest in outdoor learning. We can't get so comfortable with remote learning that we forget about the harm that it is causing our kids. I'll echo what Emily said earlier. Kids are harmed by staring into screens all day long. They are harmed by not being together. We have a chicken and an egg problem right now. The schools won't start the pilots because the district hasn't given them health and safety guidance. The district seems to think the health and safety guidance isn't necessary. I'm here, or that they don't want to do it right now. We're not ready. I know everyone's working hard. I know everyone's maxed out. The teachers are doing a good job, but we have got to get kids together and outside. It can be done safely. Even in this time, we need it now more than ever. So I'm urgently asking the district to issue health and safety guidelines so that the school administration knows what they need to do to get the pilots going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Maria Teresa Zurbano. Maria Teresa Zurbano. Maria, if you're on the line, you may need to press *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Is that Maria?
No, this is Ariana. I'm on the wait list, but I noticed one person didn't show up, so I wanted to know whether I may get to speak or not.
We are still moving through the list, and it is likely that we will reach you. Is Maria on the line? Moving on then to the next on the testimony list, Sabrina Burr.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Sabrina.
Okay, just a second. My name is Sabrina Burr, a Cleveland High School parent and the Seattle Council PTSA Strategic Advisor. I'm here today to say a few words about family engagement and the superintendent evaluation that was posted on the September 9th school board agenda. We must reimagine family engagement and backwards map from the needs of our students, family networks, educators, and the communities we serve. We must stop doing this work from the top down. All our efforts must be to adjust to master where we are now, effective remote learning. We are getting too top heavy in John Stanford, adding costly chief positions in the middle of a pandemic while we are preparing to lay off and not repurpose critical staff. Could it be that what is obvious to everyone, even our youth, and what I publicly said 6 months into this insanity, Superintendent Juneau does not have the skills for the ask of what it takes to run the largest school district in Seattle effectively, collaboratively? Why are we top heavy? We are in a technology crisis because superintendent took away our chief of information technology and downgraded the position. More than we need a chief of staff or a chief of African American achievement, we need a chief of information technology. Our Native education manager is doing amazing work, hitting all the marks: engagement, curriculum, family support, community engagement. This work is not being recognized or elevated. Why? Where is her promotion? She's still a manager. On the superintendent evaluation, I disagree. Communication and marketing, proficient? No, partially proficient. Community partnership and alignment, proficient? No, partially efficient. Continuous school improvement, partially proficient, was correct. And for family engagement, unsatisfactory, you got that right. So again, with parent community hat on, I say put the families first. Put the children and families first. Stop the insanity and remove Denise Juneau. With cameras in our homes, we must do better. We must protect the lives of our kids. This is not personal. This is about putting the kids first. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina.
Hello, this is Maria Teresa. I had tech problems.
Director DeWolf, this is the name that I called earlier. Would you like to step back to Maria Teresa?
Yeah, let's go back. Yes.
Go ahead, Maria.
Oh, hi. So I'm the Race and Equity Chair for the Seattle Council PTSA. And I found that there was a program for all students that are eligible for free and reduced lunch to receive $399 for, EBT cards. And I think that is essential for all students to have that benefit for their families. That's $399 per student, which is, you can imagine, a lot of money for a lot of these families that need it. And so this food insecurity should be one of the top priorities of the school district. And I would recommend they should use their resources to remind students and families of this immediately the next time this rolls around. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Jessica Gasparini. Jessica Gasparini. Jessica, if you're on the line, you need to press *6 so that we can hear you. Moving down to the next speaker, Jeannie Shu. Jeannie Shu.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Shu, and I live on Capitol Hill in Seattle. I worked in the Seattle schools as a school psychologist and teacher from 1977 to 2014. I am representing the Washington chapter of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America today. We have emailed 2 letters to you on August 10th and September 21st this year. With a sense of urgency, we are asking the superintendent and Seattle School Board to help educate the district community about the life-saving importance of secure firearm storage, ideally defined as unloaded and locked separately from ammunition, particularly as students are learning remotely at home. With COVID-19's increased gun purchases by first-time owners, the dangers of unsecured guns are heightened. Suicide with easy access to a lethal weapon becomes an even greater possibility, and statistics from Harborview and Everytown indicate teenagers of color, Native American, Black, and Asian, are at high risk. In addition, unintentional shootings by children who find unsecured loaded firearms in homes are an additional worry and preventable tragedy. Alerting parents to these potential dangers through district communication channels would definitely provide a public service to our students and their families. A number of public school districts across the country, including Los Angeles, Denver, and Phoenix, have sent out communication to parents about safe gun storage. We are asking the district to post links to besmartforkids.org or the King County Public Health website on gun violence for parents and community members, and to send home related materials to district families. Moms Demand Action and Everytown for Gun Safety are available to help as needed. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Next is Joelle Hammerstad. Joelle Hammerstad. Joelle, you need to press *6 if you are on the line. Moving to our next speaker, Kate Schuler. Kate Schuler.
Hi.
Go ahead. Is this Kate?
Yes, this is Kate.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kate Schuler, and I'm a reading interventionist and levy coordinator at John Muir Elementary in Southeast Seattle, and I'm also the proud parent of a new kindergartner at that school. As you know, our school is one of the 13 schools of promise as selected by the district, and our focus, as well as the focus of the entire district, is of course ensuring equitable access and closing the opportunity gaps and providing excellence in education for every student. As we all know, there are unacceptable gaps between our white students and our students of color, which the district claims to have as their main and paramount focus. However, the mandate that all schools use Teams as their platform for delivering remote instruction goes directly against this mission. This is something that no one would know unless they were in the classroom teaching. And so I'm sure it doesn't seem like a big deal, but the features of Teams are preventing our students from learning. You cannot do small groups in Teams because they have not worked out the kinks in their breakout rooms. So we are unable to efficiently pull our kids for small groups. I teach reading groups. I cannot pull kindergartners for reading groups in a breakout room. Instead, they have to manage many links. This doesn't work for young children who are at home learning by themselves. There's also, Teams does not have a spotlighting feature, which makes the teacher the main big focus of the screen. That's something that Zoom has and Teams does not have. They say they're working on it, but this means that kids have to find their teacher among the many tiles instead of seeing a big picture of their teacher. It also interferes with the teacher and the student's ability to create a safe learning environment, as we cannot turn off the chat function in Teams, and the chat continues once the meeting has ended. So once our classroom meetings have ended, students can still chat even though there are no teachers monitoring that space. Finally, it impedes our ability to assess students since we cannot pull kids one-on-one. This is the program through which all of our instruction is delivered. If we know that assessment, differentiation, welcoming environments are what make a difference in closing these gaps, we have to choose a different platform.
Thank you.
Next is Catherine Seaver. Catherine Seaver. Catherine, please press *6 if you are on the line.
I hope you can hear me now.
We can, yes. Go ahead, Catherine.
Great. Hi, I'm Catherine Seaver. I'm the mother of a third grader and a kindergartner at John Muir Elementary, where Kate Schuler is also from. I am also on the PTA there. I want to preface my comments by just expressing my deep gratitude to all of the educators and staff who are working so tremendously hard to make this work, who are going above and beyond to teach and connect with families and kids as humans in this really hard time. So I'm calling because I'm very concerned about this requirement to use Microsoft Teams. My background is as an educational technology coordinator. And as I'm watching this, sitting next to my kindergartner, and I've just lost my job as a result of the pandemic, so I have the time right now to be there sitting with him, but I am aware of the limits. So many families do not have the ability to do this, and to walk through this experience of using Teams. As Kate said, there's no ability for kids to really see their teachers. It's just 9 tiles. You can't see the whole class. You only see 9. And then for kids to even be able to see their teacher in a large way, I have to pin that image. And it's only possible because I can use my computer or the laptop or our iPad, and it just means it's very difficult to engage. And for kids who are trying to deal with this on their own, I just wish we had a piece of software that would work smoothly, and I know Zoom could provide that option. I also am seeing, just in the same way, no ability to deal with teams, with small groups, and that the teachers cannot sort of accommodate and differentiate their teaching, which are such key important ways of meeting the needs of all the students in our school. So I wanted to echo Kate's comments and just try to ask the district to make changes to this decision to support the needs of all our kids, especially those furthest from educational justice, so they get the kind of customized and focused attention of their teachers who are trying so hard and need every piece of technology to work as best we can. And we can do better. Thank you. I yield my time.
The final speaker on today's testimony list is Ariana Gaz-Farrell. Ariana, are you on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, I am a mom of a new kindergartner at Coe Elementary. I also want to first express my gratitude to all the amazing dedicated teachers and our amazing principal at Coe for their exceptional work and devotion at this time. I was calling in specifically to comment on the fact that Seattle Public Schools has not yet issued a plan for when and what conditions will trigger a shift to in-person learning for our youngest learners. And this is not acceptable. Private schools, including preschools, have clear plans in place and have clear indicators of what triggers a move into in-person hybrid learning plan, namely something like, for one example, a rate of less than 75 cases per 100,000 per 2-week period for COVID case count. While clearly this is a complicated task for the public school system, it can't come as a surprise to anyone. And there needs to be an ability for the public school system, it seems to me, to be able to toggle between in-person learning and remote learning for the foreseeable future. Our kids will fall behind, and we need creative thinking and all hands on deck to solve this. Private schools are bringing kids back and already have kindergartners back in person for learning, and other elementary school kids are being brought back in person now due to these lower COVID levels. If it takes the public school system 2 more months to come up with a plan, we'll lose 2 months of an opportunity for in-person learning while virus levels are low. And this could make an enormous difference, particularly for our youngest learners. My son, who just entered kindergarten, he doesn't know what it means to be in school. He has never met any of his classmates in person, and like all other new kindergartners, it's impossible for him to connect with them over the computer or to really understand what school is. There's so much verbal emphasis on social justice, but it seems to me that the true social justice is to bring kids physically into school, insofar as this is possible to implement safely. Further, there are many parents.
Please conclude your remarks.
Okay, there are many parents who I'm concerned will defect from the public school system as a result. And these are people like families who may have resources to go to private school, who we want to maintain in our community and who invest heavily in the public school system.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to urge us to make this a big priority. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
That was the final speaker on today's list.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson-Jones, and thank you to our speakers who participated in today's public testimony for the meeting. Greatly appreciate you. At this time, we'll now move to items that were removed from the consent agenda. So for the items that were removed from the consent agenda, may I have a motion for item the September 3rd and the September 9th.
I move, this is Director Hampson, I move approval for the meeting minutes from the September 3rd, 2020 work session and September 9th, 2020 regular board meeting.
Second the motion.
And this was moved by Director Hampson and seconded by Director Harris. Director Rivera-Smith, I know that you pulled these items, so wanted to let you go first since this was your items that you pulled.
Thank you very much. I'm pulled the items. I'm concerned with the incredible brevity of them that I don't feel reflects the full conversations we had both evenings. One meeting was just a minute over 2 hours, one was almost 2 hours, and yet these are both just one-page minutes. And I know that recently the executive committee did take up meeting minute format as a special attention item in a way to try to get more standardization amongst our minute taking. But I do fear that it has resulted possibly in not really reflecting a lot of substance that I think is important to have. I know that specifically at the September 10th meeting, there were several, for lack of a better word, action items or commitments made by staff that are not at all reflected in those minutes. And I only know of these because I took pretty copious notes, and I even sent out an email to the full board following that work session to highlight some of those commitments for staff and board members. So again, there were just several things in that alone. And going back to the September 3rd one, even though I haven't really dissected that yet, I do know already that it does not mention at all the discussion on community alignment initiative, in which Chief Counsel Narver did mention some updates to policy that would need to be made and some commitments to providing language for the board. Again, there were just so many things in both of these that I fear aren't reflected, and it's an issue of transparency to me. Somebody who was not at that meeting could never look at these minutes and know what was said and discussed, and therefore is at a lack of power in our district as far as affecting those things. So I don't know really what the solution is as far as pulling them, and maybe I can speak with. I don't know who took these minutes either. I'm not completely. I think at the bottom it just says provided by office staff. I don't know specifically who that is, who I could speak to on this to see what we can, I don't know, add to these specific minutes. And that just tackles these two, because this is going to, the following work sessions will have maybe the same issues. So again, this is possibly just something maybe to bring back to executive committee and speak about again. It a vote at that meeting on on June 10th is when it was at the executive committee. There was no motion or movement made. It was a special attention item to provide guidance. I don't know if that process is still going on, or if that was sort of supposed to be the end of that. If President DeWolf, if you have any information on that, that's appreciated. Again, my concern is just the incredible brevity of the minutes and the lack of transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rivera-Smith. We actually do need a new motion. I apologize. Apparently, it was September 3rd and September 10th, not September 9th. Greg, do we need to do anything to remake the motion?
Yes, you can have that amended motion just to bring the two sets of minutes back before the committee, or sorry, before the board, and then we can talk further about the board's options with respect to addressing the concerns raised by Director Rivera-Smith.
Okay, so do I have a motion to amend this item with the September 10th work session?
Sorry.
Okay, it was moved by Director Harris. Do I have a second? Does anybody have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. First, Director Rivera-Smith, I appreciate you pulling this. I would also just encourage you prior to these meetings to just let me know if this is the issue, and we can obviously talk about this offline. The point of these meeting minutes is that they're fairly supposed to be fairly straightforward, as I understand. That was a discussion. We did have that discussion last in June, trying to kind of formalize and bring our notes into consistency across the committees. It was the big push. I don't see the same. Anyway, I'll leave it to directors for questions or comments, and we'll move through directors, starting with Director Hampson.
Yeah, I think this is what is something that we discussed moving to, so as to remove the judgment of the note taker in terms of describing discussions. We do have other, our board meetings are filmed, and there were constantly situations where things were being interpreted or stated in ways that were not, that were really subject to interpretation. And so rather than put the staff in the position of having to defend those interpretations, we went to the things that are pretty consistently used, which is in many other board minutes, which is the action items. And then the recorded version serves as the more detailed information that's provided.
I will say I agree that the recording is immensely helpful. Some of these work sessions. I'm sorry.
Director Vera-Smith.
Yes.
Director Hare.
Thank you. I think that these two minutes have overcompensated from our conversation in June. I've also been watching minutes with action item next steps being produced out of staff and much appreciate that. It's important for transparency to have more information, and I agree that putting staff in the pinch point to make judgments is not okay, but there's got to be a happy medium here, and this doesn't do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hersey.
I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mack.
Yeah, I share the concerns around kind of the overcompensation of not having more information in the minutes. I understand the challenge that is trying to be addressed here, but I share the concern that is being raised here, and I would appreciate moving more towards additional information for transparency for the public.
Thank you, Director Rankin.
When we were talking back in June, I guess, about this, it was, I thought, kind of agreed upon that if there was something that individuals wanted particularly to be in the minutes, that we should note that. So this might be just a good reminder to ourselves if, you know, there is something that we feel is an action point as opposed to opinion or judgment, that maybe we can also take some of the responsibility of saying, you know, I'd like that reflected in the minutes, or, you know, did we note that commitment, whatever kind of thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a hard mindset to do in the moment, but yeah.
Absolutely. And my only comment will just be that we are a living, breathing organization. Everything we do is iterative. So if this isn't feeling like it's landing, and I heard the word overcompensating, we can revisit that. So we'll continue to revisit that, and we can bring that back to the executive committee. So with that, Ms. Wilson-Jones, roll call, please.
May I make a final a clarification? I think is good to make here. Regular board meetings are in fact video, audio recorded. The problem is our work sessions are not. There's no recording anywhere to go back and document that commitments were made by staff. And I'm not saying staff isn't reliable and going to make sure they follow through, but there is nowhere in record to show those commitments or asks by board. So that is my biggest concern with these specific minutes here. But again, I look forward to conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So all those in favor of the motion as amended for the 9-3 and 9-10 work sessions, just for clarification, those two sessions were recorded. All those in favor of these.
Director DeWolf.
Director DeWolf. Oh,
we do need to do a roll call on this motion because it was pulled from consent. So I'm happy to call that.
Yes, correct.
There's my talking point. Thank you. Ms. Wilson-Jones.
Can I ask for clarification too? As a yes vote mean we're approving them as stands, and a no would mean we would like corrections on them or additions?
A yes vote means you're approving them as written. A no vote means you're not approving them as written. Another option would be the president could recognize a motion to pull these from the agenda and refer it back to committee for further work. If these aren't approved, you know, the work session happened, so we'd have to figure out how the the minutes are going to be worked on at that point. But the motion before the board at this point is to approve the minutes as written.
All right, I could ask President DeWolf if you would be, if I could, I request that you do just, I guess, pull them, so we can talk about them later. I know we don't want to take too much time here. And if that is, that would be okay with you.
Let's move forward on the vote. I think we have an open motion. I think that's my only concern, right, Greg?
There's a motion pending right now to approve them as written, correct?
Ms. Wilson-Jones, roll call, please.
Director Hersey,
Abstain.
Director Mack,
No.
Director Rankin,
Wait, I'm a little bit confused about what the options are. I mean, it's yes as written.
The motion as minutes as they are, and no to not approve them. And
What happens if they're not approved?
Ms. Wilson-Jones or Greg?
Yeah, the president could recognize a motion to refer the minutes back to committee for further work at that point. Something has to be done with them. Like I said, the work session occurred and we are required to have minutes of every meeting that has occurred. So minutes do need at some point to be generated and that are approved.
Greg, do I have the power now to just pull them? We're going through an exercise here, and it's just taking up a lot of time.
Yeah,
can we pull these and bring them back?
You can ask for a motion to pull them from the agenda and refer them back to committee that the board could then vote.
Second.
Director Rivera. Okay, this has been moved by Director Harrison, seconded by Director Hampson. All those in favor of pulling these and bringing them back to committee?
You need a roll call.
Ms. Wilson-Jones, roll call.
Director Mack,
Aye.
Director Rankin,
Aye.
Director Rivera-Smith,
Aye.
Director Hampson,
Aye.
Director Harris,
Aye.
Director Hersey,
Aye.
Director DeWolf.
Aye.
This motion
Thank
is
you.
passed unanimously.
Thank you. And just encourage Director Rivera-Smith for future, just let me know these ahead of time, because we did spend about 13 minutes on this, and I would have been happy to talk and pull it off. Okay, so now we'll move to the action items on today's agenda, and after these 4 items, we will then move into a recess so I can give directors a bio break. So our first action item today is motion to introduce and approve a memorandum of understanding between the Seattle School District Number 1 District and Seattle Education Association, SEA. This came to the Executive Committee on September 16th for approval. May I have a motion for this item, please? Director Hampson, Director Harris.
So moved.
Sorry, I
Thank you,
wasn't
Director
unmuted. Second,
Thank you.
talking to myself.
This item has been moved by Director Harris and seconded by Director Hampson. This item is on the agenda for introduction and action today. Chief Human Resources Officer, Dr. Clover Codd, I believe you will be briefing us before director's comments and questions. So to you.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Clover Codd, Chief Human Resource Officer. I'm honored to be here today presenting to you this memorandum of understanding between Seattle Public Schools and the Seattle Education Association. We are joined here today with Jennifer Motter, the president of the Seattle Education Association. And before I begin the overview of the MOU, I'd like to turn it over to Jennifer for her comments.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Jennifer Motter, and I do proudly serve as president of Seattle Education Association. Before speaking about the details of the MOU, I would like to talk about the enormous lift and hard work that went into the MOU from SEA, SPS, the board, and really the entire community. I counted up the days our SEA team spent bargaining this summer, and it was around 40 days which includes both days at the bargaining table and days when we were meeting on our own. In other words, it was 8 full work weeks of bargaining for our team, and that does not include all of the work done before the end of last school year before I took office. Thankfully, bargaining was over the summer when most of our team was not otherwise occupied with serving our students. Our team consisted of approximately 20 core members and approximately 50 additional subcommittee members. It was an enormous amount of time and effort to accomplish the MOU, and that was just the SEA side. I'm sure the SPS side was equally busy. I would also like to point out that the reason it took all summer was because it was an extremely difficult task. Yes, there were disagreements which took time to resolve, but what took the longest was just the complexity of the task before us. And to be clear, the difficulty was and continues to be how to safely and equitably serve our students and families in the middle of this pandemic, while also facing the ongoing and much greater pandemic of systemic racism, and while dealing with chronic underfunding of our schools and chronic underfunding of housing and the other basic needs of our community. I am very proud of all the hard work that went into the MOU, but I also don't want to sugarcoat the situation by acting like everything is rosy. We know the heavy burden that is being carried right now by our educators and by our students and families. The MOU and the community agreements are 48 pages long and cover lots of important details. What really matters is how the MOU is implemented downtown and in our schools. We have spent the past few weeks working with our members as well as with administrators and community partners so that everyone can understand the details and intent of the MOU. On one hand, there are some bright spots, and many schools have done an amazing job so far getting students and families connected and engaged. And there are things we are learning about remote education and family engagement that we will be carrying forward after the COVID pandemic to serve our students better. On the other hand, we also know that there are way too many students and families who are not connected or engaged, either because of internet and technology issues, scheduling issues, or simply because remote education just doesn't work for them. We also have educators who are simply struggling to have reliable high-speed internet and who need hotspots or other ways to connect. I say all of this because it is critical that we not lose sight of the big picture. We are all struggling, and I would say that morale amongst our educators is probably the lowest I've ever seen it because so many are just exhausted and frustrated. I'm going to pivot a bit. I would like to say that I'm thankful and relieved that our COVID transmission rates are finally going down. However, I would also like to caution that as we look at public health data, we need to disaggregate the data to see how different communities are being affected. We cannot overlook that our Black and Brown families are being the most impacted by the COVID pandemic and systemic racism, and I believe their safety and their voices and needs have to be at the center of any future plans. Furthermore, I also want to state how critical it is that we continue to really focus on improving our remote education model and getting it as established as possible. We know that many families will choose to continue remote education no matter what we offer in terms of in-person. We also know that remote education will continue to be important to fall back on in any hybrid model if cases increase again. All that to say, I would like to just provide some caution about any rush to return to in-person instruction. We know that any return to in-person will be extremely complex to figure out. It will again require an enormous lift from our SEA bargaining team members who will need to take time away from their classrooms and duties when they are already overwhelmed. I know it will weigh heavily on all of our members and really our entire community, all of whom will be rightfully concerned about whether in-person services can be done safely and equitably and not cause more disruption and harm than good. With that, I return it over to Clover Codd.
Thank you, Jennifer. Really great to meet you. And Dr. Codd, I hate to jump in here. I need to actually roll back a couple of moments here and do a formal motion. So I'm going to ask Director Hampson and Director Harris to redo our motion, just so we're doing it formally for the minutes, and then I'll return it back to you. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you for your grace.
This is Director Hampson. I move that the school board approve the MOU and Memorandum of Understanding as attached to this board action report and authorize the superintendent to take the steps necessary to implement each district responsibility detailed in the agreement. Immediate action is in the best interest of the district.
Second the motion.
Thank you all. Dr. Codd, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. So I do want to start by thanking both of the bargaining teams from both the district and the association. We did begin bargaining in June and facing unprecedented circumstances and way more unknowns than there are knowns. I want to thank my colleagues on the cabinet level and the superintendent and the board for your support and partnership throughout this bargaining process. It has been intense. The enormity and the responsibility of being an educator at this moment in time weighs heavy on all of us. Despite that, our teams continue to work tirelessly implementing this MOU that we expect you to approve this afternoon. Our goal when we bargained was to figure out how to put in place the proper health and safety standards, as well as re-envision how our school district would implement a completely new remote model of education, all the while trying to balance the needs of the students and families that we serve and the needs of the adults in our system who provide the public education to over 54,000 students. We did this on a compressed timeline with multiple moving parts and constantly changing information. Not only were we facing the biggest health crisis of our time, we witnessed several unrest from the pain of the deep-seated racism within our society that many of our students, families, and staff face every day. Amidst all of that, we came together and drafted 48 pages of commitments to one another and in support of our students and families. This MOU provides for provisions covering the following areas: health and safety protocols, provisions for professional development for educators, technology equipment and support for educators, support for social emotional learning, educator expectations, provisions for in-person services for students with special needs, accommodations and leaves, a revised school year calendar, and reopener language should the school board choose a different model of education in the 2021 school year. Each of our proposals were written with racial equity as a cornerstone of our decision making, and both the district and the union wanted this MOU to advance supports for students of color furthest from educational justice, because we knew that likely these are the very students who might be affected most by these pandemics. The fiscal impact of this MOU is $2.7 million and is outlined on page 2 of the board action report. I am extremely proud of the work our teams did, and I'm proud of what's included in this MOU and ask for your vote today. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Codd. Okay, we will start with director comments and questions, beginning with Director Hampson.
Thank you. I think it's important for listeners to understand exactly why it was that we needed to do this MOU. I think it's hard for folks to keep up with the various types of quote unquote bargaining. And if you could please provide a brief explanation as to why it was so important that the district and SEA come to the table to create this MOU, what the precipitating factor was.
Sure, I'll try. So typically in the state of Washington, we must bargain with our labor partners wages, hours, and working conditions. Those are mandatory subjects of bargaining. When we moved from our brick and mortar kind of model of education to a remote model of education, it changed the working conditions for our educators. There are over 5,000 members represented by Seattle Education Association, each with different roles, responsibilities, and those expectations are outlined in our current collective bargaining agreement. But when we change the model of education, it changes those working conditions. We also have to take into account the health and safety of the members who are needing to provide any on-site services for students or our families. And so this was a unique moment in time where we had to not bargain a collective bargaining agreement, but put in place a memorandum of understanding so that we were really clear on the working conditions and expectations around health and safety during this remote model.
And can you, as a follow-on to that, point to when there might need to be a coming back together around a MOU when and if working conditions change yet again?
Yes, so we did put some reopener language into this memorandum of understanding should the school board make a determination or vote to approve a different model of education, different from where we are right now, is in a remote model. So should the school board vote to approve a phased in-person or some form of hybrid approach, we will need to come back together with SEA to negotiate any changed impacts of that decision to their working conditions.
Thank you. And then I would just state for clarity and get your confirmation that the quote unquote reopening template and resolution that was passed by the board on August 12th includes provisions for outdoor education in a manner that is consistent with the MOU.
So what you put in the resolution does not mandate that educators provide outdoor education per se. It provides for a pilot for people who choose to do that, to be able to go through a process to offer that. So we are not mandating that SEA members per se provide outdoor education. If we were to mandate that, we would need to bargain the impacts. But my understanding is that we are not mandating that. It is a pilot for people who opt into that model. And therefore it would be done through a site-based process, if you will.
Okay, thank you. And then also I just wanted to add for clarification that I think one thing that I would like to see going forward, we don't often have the opportunity for board to be heavily involved in a bargaining process multiple times in a very short period, fiscal or academic window. And that I think going forward, we want to make sure that there's a clear process for how prior to SEA and district staff going into a bargaining environment, that there's a clear set of expectations so that then once that you come out the other end, as we did late in August, that there is, it's consistent with what the board has recommended going into that bargaining with. And I hope that we can work together, SEA, the district, and the board to take a look at what that process might look like in the future, as there are other MOU instances in our future, I believe. So thank you all for all of your hard work on this. I know it was a difficult process, and I will be supporting today. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Harris.
I will echo the gratitude expressed by my colleague, Director Hampson. I will echo the extraordinarily hard work that was put in by all parties to this MOU. I will highlight the fact that we increased professional development, and most importantly, we paid for professional development. And I'd like to see us triple or double that at a minimum. I am confused about the answer on outdoor education. Pilot projects sound lovely, but again, the devil's in the details. Are we suggesting that if represented staff, SEA represented staff, want to do a pilot project, that we don't come back to the table to negotiate the working conditions? I'm truly confused, because I've always found the safety issues to be paramount with SEA. And I also I agree that building-based, et cetera, is fine and good, but are we going to then start treating all 104 schools differently as an entity of their own? I'm truly confused here.
So I don't know if I'll be able to answer your question to your liking, Director Harris, but here's what I can say. I have been assured by the board that the board resolution that discusses outdoor education is not a mandate for our educators to have to be providing outdoor education instruction, that it is an opt-in model for educators who choose. And I believe, and I'm not as involved in the outdoor school, the models and what that process looks like, that I've not been involved in that. What I did commit to is that there would be nothing in this MOU that would prevent educators from opting into that model. but it's been very clear from the beginning that this MOU and any others, if we were to mandate that model of education, yes, I would be back at the table bargaining a separate MOU around outdoor education if we are mandating it. So we often have processes in our schools that allow for pilots, that allow for individual educators to work with principals and school communities to implement new and innovative ways of doing education. And my understanding is that is what is in the board resolution, is that type of a model is an opt-in model, not a mandated model.
Thank you. Director Hersey?
The first thing I would just like to say is, again, thanking the huge lift that getting this MOU off the ground over the summer was. Speaking directly with staff alongside Director Rankin, I know where we began and where we ended up, and the critical amount of work that we had. So having been very close to this project, or rather this MOU, I don't have any additional questions, but I would just like to again say thank you to all of the educators that gave up, as President Motter said, 40 days of their summer. I mean, this was a huge lift, and I cannot imagine, having been in these situations before, the amount of time that, not only for staff from the district side, but also from SEA that has gone into this. There's really just no words for how big of a lift this is. So again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for all the work that has gone into this, and I will pass.
Thank you. Director Mack?
Yes, thank you. I echo the gratitude because this is a massive lift in an unprecedented environment. And I appreciate President Motter's words of recognition to the incredibly difficult job that our educators are doing in this remote environment, and that the hours and transitioning to this environment is really, really challenging. And the amount of screen time, the uptake of technology, the glitchiness between the different programs that don't work with each other, the challenges with students dropping off, all of this it's just a really, really tough environment for everyone. And I really appreciate the educators that are, every single one that I've come across and interacted with are working so very hard to do their very best to make it simple and accessible and reaching students. I think in particular, the family engagement aspect that was built into the schedule, I'm not sure if that's actually technically in the MOU, but I do believe that is a helpful function. The one thing I wanted clarification on was whether or not the MOU supports educators utilizing their classroom spaces as teaching stations. If they want to go into the building and teach from there, is that allowed at this point? Yes. And then do we have a sense of how many educators are accessing that and feeling like that's a benefit to them?
So, sorry if you did not hear me. The answer is yes. People do have the opportunity and ability to go into their school buildings and work from their classroom spaces. I do not know how many number of people are accessing that at this time. It's probably something we could figure out, given the fact that all staff need to do the electronic attestation before they go into a building. So it probably wouldn't be hard to get that data, but the answer to your original question is yes.
Thank you. That's all for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rankin.
Thank you. No, just again, echoing what other directors have said about, the time and energy that went into this and thoughtfulness. And I also wanted to point out for anyone who may be listening that, you know, the idea behind the different agreements and different learning environments is there's a lot of when it's safe and what's safe. And really, we need to shift our thinking to how do we mitigate risk and how do we weigh? There's risks involved in everything, and there's nothing that's 100% safe. So when thinking about when thinking about in-person learning of any kind, the driving force is really how do we mitigate risk and weigh risk between keeping kids at home versus the health risk of being in person. And that's for educators and for families, that as soon as we have more people interacting with each other in more spaces, that increases the risk for all of us. So yeah, just saying that there's nothing that's 100% safe. However, being outdoors is about 20 times less risky than being indoors. And just to follow up with what Director Harris was asking about, I wanted to just confirm that, as Director Hersey said, he and I were the board liaisons during the bargaining process, and we made it very clear, and I know that it was a priority to everyone to make sure that the opt-in outdoor possibilities would not need to be rebargained, and because it's opt-in, not mandated, that doesn't mean that there aren't any health and safety regulations. And that's actually to what some of our public testimony speakers were talking about. What kind of the holdup is on moving forward in there is because we need from the district clear, and this is indicated in the resolution, a clear set of guidelines and procedures that anybody who wants to do a pilot would need to follow. So it's not a do a pilot, go outside, whatever, but it is, you know, that we know based on public health guidelines what kind of the recommendations are for people in groups of people in outdoor spaces. There's been camps happening all summer. There's childcare now. So that information exists. It's not hard and fast though. So we do need the district to come up with the set of guidelines of what's required and what will be provided by the district in terms of PPE and any kind of other guidelines. Just like there's an attestation right now, we would expect that anyone participating in a pilot would need to do that same thing. So it's already, as Dr. Codd said, there's nothing in the MOU that would need to be renegotiated to have those things happen. Likewise, special education services. It was a priority and has been a priority since engagement teams in June that when needed, and it's again a mitigation of risk. There are some students that no matter how many different resources or how many different things we try remotely, they've got to have some in-person instruction and support in accordance with their IEP. But that is all, and so that doesn't have to be renegotiated, but it is a mitigation of risk that has to be weighed. And I just, appreciate that is all is in there, and know that there's still more a thought for all of us to do around it and make sure that everyone is protected and comfortable. And I just really appreciate everyone coming together around all of those things. And that is more than enough for me.
Director Rivera-Smith.
Thank you. I want to just draw attention because we did have some public speakers today talk about Teams, and we've definitely received many emails from people in regards to their concerns of the tools there. That in this MOU, it does specifically outline that staff will use district provided or supported platforms, and I think a lot of this goes back to this MOU because we've had some teachers have been referred to it when they have a question saying, look at the MOU, and it isn't specific about Teams or Zoom. So, but it does specifically say that the platforms we provide need to be accessible. This MOU specifically says that, and some have not been in certain ways. So I just, I think my only point here is to draw attention that we because it's not specific in MOU anyways, we should make it clear to the teachers who are having the large scale difficulties with teams that they can still utilize Zoom. It is still in our system, and our so it is. I don't know if that constitutes supported or approved, but it is definitely an option that I wish would be clearer with staff, because again, this MOU does not forbid it, the use of Zoom itself. I wanted to just be clear with family and staff in that issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rivera-Smith. I have no questions at this time. I thank you, President Motter and Dr. Clover Codd and our board representatives for the work on this over the summer. Truly appreciate your work. With that, we can move Ms. Wilson-Jones to the roll call vote.
Director Mack? Director Mack?
Aye. Yeah, sorry, aye.
Director Rankin?
Aye.
Director Rivera-Smith?
Aye.
Director Hampson?
Aye.
Director Harris?
Aye.
Director Hersey?
Aye.
Director DeWolf?
Aye.
This motion has passed unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson-Jones. Thank you, Dr. Codd and President Motter.
Thank you.
We will now move to action item number 2. This is approval of a student and community workforce agreement. This came through the executive committee on September 16th for approval. May I have a motion for this item, please?
This is Director Hampson. I move that the school board authorize the board president and superintendent to execute the student community workforce agreement that is attached to this board action report with any minor additions, deletions, and modifications deemed necessary by the superintendent, and to take any necessary actions to implement the student community workforce agreement. Immediate action is in the best interest of the district.
Second the motion.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Director Hampson and seconded by Director Harris. This item is on the agenda today for introduction and action, and we are bringing this forward today for approval. And so I'll just give a little bit of background on this, and also as we run through questions and comments from directors, I know that Chief Legal Counsel Greg Narver and Chief Operations Officer Fred Podesta are also available for questions. If I could just give a brief bit of history here. I know that Director Harris can remember this very well. In about 2018, we were discussing this for a very long time and began discussions late 2018, started working with Director Mack on a task force and utilizing that process. And over the course of the last end of last year and a little bit of beginning of this year, the task force was spun up, and honestly, it was such an incredible task force. I was so grateful to be a part of witnessing just these people working hard for the district. And we really toiled over every single question, concern, idea, and point that was raised around bringing a student and community workforce agreement to Seattle Public Schools. And before I move to directors' comments and questions, I will just say that for me, this is such an exciting opportunity for the district to really operationalize our values, particularly when in alignment with our strategic plan. But I think overall in the direction we're moving, which is to be an anti-racist organization, I'm really, really excited about the ways in which this addresses equity by taking our public capital investments and prioritizing a workforce that represents students, their students' families, Black, Indigenous, POC, and women in our construction careers for these incredible family wage jobs. I'm just so excited for the ways that this is continuing to invest in our communities. It is a strong signal of economic justice and racial justice, and I'm so proud to be a part of this moment. With that, I want to move to directors for any comments or questions before I move to the vote. And we'll go backwards this time. We'll begin with Director Rivera-Smith. You may be muted, Director Rivera-Smith.
I'm sorry. I'm having problems. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Yes, no, we've definitely discussed this at length, and I very look forward to this. No questions or comments.
Thank you, Director Rankin.
No, just thank you to everyone who worked to bring this forward, and President DeWolf especially. Congratulations. And I'm excited to see this move into reality.
Thank you, Director Rankin. Director Mack.
Yeah, I'm also very excited about this. I was wondering if staff could speak a little bit to the investment and support around students that we're going to be making in the district around supporting the education of the students to engage in these opportunities. Can staff give a little bit of overview of how that's expected to be supported by the district, and is there an additional budget allocated for that support?
Hello, this is Fred Podesta, Chief Operations Officer. I will start and perhaps ask one of my colleagues if they want to add anything on the curriculum front. We have just begun discussions with the new organization to see how a pre-apprenticeship program could be integrated with the curriculum that the district already offers. So at this point, I don't believe there have been large financial additions needed to support, because we do offer a CTA program that supports the construction trades. We want to turn this and develop the program into something that could lead to pre-apprenticeship, so Seattle Public Schools graduates could get directly into the apprentice pipeline on our construction projects. And so at this time, I don't think a budget has been identified. And of course, this is a challenge in the remote learning environment to implement this year. So this is still in the development mode. And I don't know if Diane DeBacher or one of my other colleagues might want to add a little bit more detail.
Thank you, Fred. This is Diane DeBacher, Chief Academic Officer. And we are in our Career and Tech Ed pathways, we are exploring this option, and we've been in conversation about the pre-apprenticeship program. Director Mack, there's no fiscal amount that we put on that at this time, but as soon as we're ready to go with this.
Thank you. I appreciate just adding that information in. And I also want to recognize our former board director, Rick Burke, who supported the very beginning of this process to ensure that the title of this agreement included students, and that's the first and foremost focus of the effort. And so I just want to recognize him and appreciate all of the work that has gone into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mack. Yes, great call out, and I hope his ears are burning. And he is mentioned in the bar as well. Director Hersey.
No questions or comments, just a proud day to be union. Thank you for all your work and especially your leadership on this, Director DeWolf.
Thank you, Director Hersey. Director Harris.
Well, Director Mack stole my comments about former Director Burke, so I'll echo those. But I'd like to add a number of other folks to the gratitude list, if I might. Facilitator Nancy Locke for the task force, the port, the county, the city of Seattle. They worked really hard on this task force, and it was a long time coming, but I'm pleased that we're doing it right. I would suggest that there is no free lunch, and as the BEX 5 Advisory Committee said in a letter to us that was taken entirely out of context, and you will be receiving another letter as a board member, that we're unaware of all of the work sessions that we had done to address these issues, and to hear from folks that were not thrilled with this resolution, like the AGC, the Association of General Contractors. It may increase our costs on our levy bills, but if it provides a pathway to family wage jobs And if in fact we are willing to walk or talk, then it's a resounding yes for me. And additionally, huge thanks to Monty Anderson, Dale Bright, and the Building Trades Council. As President DeWolf said, this is 2 years in the making. Painful, too slow for some of our tastes, but we're here now, and I will vote a resounding yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris. Director Hampson.
No questions, just congratulations to you and everyone that has helped shepherd this into our hands on this day, and I can't wait to support.
Thank you. And I'll just end with really just thank you all for your comments, really great things that you've elevated today. And also just to make sure that we're really giving thanks and gratitude to the task force members. They toiled with a ton of these questions and concerns and ideas that came from community and our board and what was coming from other contractors and unions. And they really toiled over this work. And I really, really appreciate the work that they put in. So thank you to the folks from our Student and Community Workforce Agreement Task Force for meeting on your days off, spending a lot of time on this topic. And also thank you to Chief Podesta, as well as Richard Best and Nancy Locke, and for the support from Superintendent Junot. I'm so excited to be a part of this moment, and I know if directors on this call maybe don't sense it because we're not in the same room, I want you to just feel proud. This feels like a transformational moment for Seattle Public Schools, and I hope you're proud to be part of it today. So with that, Ms. Wilson-Jones, roll call, please.
Director Rankin.
Aye.
Director Rivera-Smith.
A huge big aye.
Director Hampson.
Aye.
Director Harris.
The biggest aye.
Director Hersey.
Arguably the bigger aye.
Director Mack.
Guys.
Aye.
Director DeWolf.
A very soft aye, but yes.
This motion has passed unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, well, let's move to our next item. We certainly have a lot today. We'll move to action item number 3. This is approval of annual highly capable program plan for the 2019 through 2020 school year. This came to the Curriculum Instruction Policy Committee on September 15th for approval. May I have a motion for this item, please?
Hi.
May I have a motion for this item, please?
Sorry, reading again without. Here we go. This is Director Hampson. I move that the board approve the highly capable program plan as attached to the board action report for submission to OSPI for school year 2019 to 2020 to support highly capable services and the district's gifted eligibility identification process, and that the school board authorize the superintendent to apply for the allocation of funds from OSPI. Immediate action is in the best interest of the district.
I second the motion.
Thank you. This item is moved by Director Hampson and seconded by Director Harris. This item is on the agenda for introduction and action today. So Chief of Student Support Services, Dr. Conci Pedrosa, I believe you will be briefing us today.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much. Good evening. I'm also here along with Program Manager for Advanced Learning, Deanie Berry, to present this board action to approve the Seattle Public Schools highly capable program plan, which must be approved every year per the WAC 392-170-025. Plan approval is necessary for accessing funds allocated by the Office of the Superintendent for Public Instruction for highly capable services. This plan honors the work of the Advanced Learning Department, which is aligned to the state guidelines, as well as many of the volunteers who gave up their time for the Advanced Learning Task Force and then the current highly capable Racial Equity Advisory Committee, which started anti-racist training at the beginning of their convening and we'll continue that work throughout this year. Advanced learning updates are submitted to the CNI committee bi-monthly, and the submission of this plan is a necessary requirement for the state funds to continue our district goals, and it is a format prescribed by OSPI. And just to share, we have been in communication with OSPI about this late plan submittal. They are aware of that and have granted us the time to get the plan to them pending board approval.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pedrosa. Anything else? Okay, I'll take that as a no, and we will start with our CNI Policy Committee Chair, Director Rankin, and we'll move through alphabetically.
Thank you. Yeah, just to reiterate what Dr. Pedrosa just said, this is more of a look back and confirmation of what was provided in accordance with state law, and not any alterations or changes or anything for the future. I did want to note, though, an eagle-eyed constituent emailed me this afternoon that he noticed a mistake in the bar in the student benefit section, point 8, that somehow the Asian demographic has been dropped. So it says demographically within the 4,682 students referred and assessed, approximately 6.2 identified as African American, 6.3% identified as Hispanic, and less than 1% identified as Asian / Pacific Islander / Native American. And I think somehow we missed Asian American category on its own, and it got lumped in with Pacific Islander and Native American, and thus the total number of students of the percentage breakdown does not give us 100%.
It sounds like we need to update that section. So sorry about that. I'm pulling it.
And Greg, can you clarify what we would need to do with this type of issue that was elevated?
First, if the correct percentage is available now, there could just be a motion to amend to substitute that in at this point. If it needs to be fixed later, let's start with that, see if Ms. Berry has the numbers available.
I'm taking a look right now. What's our backup if we can't assure that they're accurate?
I think the board can still approve the plan with a note to so that the record is clear that we'll go back and this sounds like just a typographical error. Something got omitted during editing as opposed to a substantive change to the underlying facts supporting the report. I think this is something that can be cleaned up later, but it's important to get assuming that the board is supportive of approving the plan. It's important to get that done because, of course, there's funding related to that. We just will want to clear up any typo that was made in the bar so that we have a clear record.
And I apologize for not giving you a warning. I only got the notification myself right as the meeting was starting. So sorry.
That's fine.
I would rather make sure I've got accurate numbers. I'm sorry. If we could add that.
Understood.
Yep. So it would be my recommendation that we move ahead and then we would amend, provide make the notations.
Yeah, we can note that in the minutes afterwards. Yes.
Okay, and I think part of it too, given that it's just in the bar, correct, Liza? Or is it in the actual document? Okay. Well, given that it's in the, I think we can take and heed Greg's advice around clarifying that we need to fix that in the bar, but still moving forward.
Yes, that's fine with me. I just want to make sure we have that correct in the final, in the record of the document.
Absolutely. Thank you. Next up is Director Hampson.
Just to confirm for the record that this is, yes, I think it's been stated, but that this is for last year. This is retroactive, that we are providing this. So these are monies that were already spent, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, no further questions.
Thank you. Director Harris.
Yes, I'm wondering, are the minutes of these task force that were referred to published on the website?
Yes, they are.
Outstanding. Glad to hear it. Thank you. No further questions. This is compliant, particularly, correct?
You. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
Apologies, Director Harris. Director Hersey.
No questions from me. Thank you for the work.
Director Mack.
Yeah, hi, I don't have any substantive questions. I found another typo that on the last paragraph, and this might be where some of the public comment came from related to the retroactive. In the last paragraph on the first page of the bar, it says this is a retroactive approval and is the allocation for the 2019-2021 school year. And I think it should say 2019-2020 school year. It does in all the other places, but that one should be a 0. So if we can just have a Scribner's error to correct that, I think that might clarify some of the confusion. And other than that, no questions.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rivera-Smith.
Well, my question is only about the bar, which I don't know if that's substantive because we're not. It's more about the actual document. But in the bar, under I think it's the section about. Well, sorry, I lost it already. I believe it's in the equity analysis. It mentions that the Advanced Learning Task Force is doing monthly meetings, but the Advanced Learning Task Force isn't meeting anymore at all. I thought, has it been disbanded and it's not?
Correct. They were replaced by the Highly Capable Racial Equity Services Advisory Committee. Yes, both of those teams met monthly.
Okay, well, it says that they do meet monthly, so I don't know if that matters at all. I mean, I think it's just an error because this was written a while back, right? This was written.
Yes, that's correct.
So yeah, that's the only thing I see. Otherwise, yeah, no, I understand this is very retroactive. So no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and no questions for me. So with that, can we just get clarification that we can move forward and we can get these corrections made to the bar appropriately?
Yes, these types of Scrivener errors we can correct afterwards, but the board can go ahead and vote on approval of the plan. I'm sorry, of the report. Yep.
Ms. Wilson-Jones, roll call, please.
Director Rivera-Smith.
Aye.
Director Hampson.
Abstain.
Director Harris.
Aye.
Director Hersey.
Abstain.
Director Mack.
Aye.
Rankin.
Aye.
Director DeWolf.
Aye.
Motion has passed with a vote of 5 yes to 0 no to 2 abstentions.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson-Jones. Okay, next we'll move to action item number 4, approval to renew refuse disposal and mixed waste recycling collection services, bid number B01753 with Recology Cleanscapes, Inc. This came to the Operations Committee on September 10th for approval. May I have a motion for this item, please?
It's coming. I move that the school board authorize the superintendent to execute the renewal of a contract with Recology Cleanscapes, Inc., covering the period of October 1st, 2020 to July 31st, 2021, in the amount of $841,300 $3.18 plus Washington State sales tax for the refuse disposal and mixed waste recycling collection with any minor additions, deletions, and modifications deemed necessary by the superintendent to implement the contract. Immediate action is in the best interest of the district.
Second the motion.
Thank you, Director Hampson, for moving this. And this item has been moved by Director Hampson and seconded by Director Harris. Thank you, directors. This item is on the agenda for introduction and action today. So Chief Operations Officer Fred Podesta, I believe you'll be briefing us.
Yes, thank you. This action authorizes a 10-month extension to our solid waste and recycling contract. This contract, Recology Cleanscapes provides waste disposal and recycling services to all district buildings. This contract has been in place since 2018 and has served us well. It's also, since this question, the contract amount is built around our normal operations, but the contract is actively managed by facility operations staff and was the services were reconfigured in the spring when school buildings were closed and there were fewer occupants in the buildings. We are, as you know, feeding students and conducting many operations across the district. So we still have a need for waste disposal services, but at a reduced level since we don't have nearly as many students in the building, and the level of service has been refined yet again to be scheduled for most school buildings every other week. And we will continue to actively manage this, but we do need these services. We do have plenty of things going on in school buildings and are producing recyclables and solid waste. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Chief Podesta. We will now move to comments and questions from directors, beginning with our Operations Committee Chair, Director Mack.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Podesta, for the intro. Can you share a bit more information, because we talked about this in operations, about the actual cost savings that is being realized now because our resource conservation team is actively managing these bins and the service levels to be appropriate so that, you know, the waste that's being produced is being managed, but we're not overpaying for service that we don't need. I think she said something around, I don't remember the numbers that were provided, but there was a 40% savings or something.
The monthly,
and I don't know if you have, yeah.
The monthly charges are approximately 55% reduced over what they were in February of 2020, and when school buildings were closed in March, we went to as needed service with, you know, kind of on call type service, which is a bit more expensive on a per unit basis, but we were still, things were pretty fluid then. We've had a bit more experience and are keeping an eye on getting scheduled service at appropriate intervals. So now the billings are roughly 42-43% of what they were. We are increasing the amount of activity in buildings slowly, so we'll have to keep doing this. There are certainly, of course, for our contractors, fixed costs, so it's not perfectly proportional to the amount of solid waste they take, but it's a significantly lower cost than what the full contract amount would be. But we, you know, do want to be prepared to have whatever level of service we need.
Yeah, so for clarification for the public and the questions in testimony were about whether or not we are approving a contract, which is and paying this amount. We are authorizing this amount, but it's not. And at this time, we are not expecting to be having to pay the full amount of the contract because we have actually reduced service.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So appreciate that conversation and the clarity, and also the work that the resource conservation team does, both for sustainability, but also for good fiscal management. And look forward to any other questions from directors.
Thank you, Director Mack. Okay, we'll move first to Director Hampson.
No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Harris.
So, Chief Podesta and Officer Mack, is this a renewal of a contract taking into account COVID and the diminished services, or did this go out for an RFP?
This is a renewal of our existing contract.
And how long does this contract last, and does it have a renewal period attached to it?
This renewal is through July 31st of next year. I think we're still evaluating our sourcing strategy following. I do think we have the ability to amend it further. But we'll kind of monitor and evaluate conditions, and also, are mindful of the costs in this world and the effectiveness of this organization to handle particularly recycled products. But so we don't have a firm decision on what we're going to do after July 31st. We will keep monitoring and make a sourcing decision later this year.
Terrific. I would only ask that this come to us in enough time so it's not intro and action. All of the action items tonight are intro and action. I understand why they are, but certainly we appreciate early and often. Thank you.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Director Harris. Director Hersey.
None for me. We discussed this extensively in ops. Thanks.
Director Rankin.
Same comment as Director Hersey.
Thank you. Director Rivera-Smith.
Likewise, this was covered. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you. And no questions from me. Thank you for your work on this. And also so excited to see Rena part of this work. Huge fan of her and the work she's doing in the resource conservation team. Ms. Wilson-Jones, with that, roll call, please.
Director Hampson.
Aye.
Director Harris.
Aye.
Director Hersey.
Aye.
Director Mack.
Aye.
Director Rankin.
Aye.
Director Rivera-Smith.
Aye.
Director DeWolf.
Aye.
This motion has passed unanimously.
Okay, directors, I offered to give a bio break here. If folks are still interested, we're just about to jump into introduction items. It is, we have about 28 items ahead of us. Would you all concur with taking a 10-minute recess?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Wilson-Jones, we will recess for 10 minutes and return at 5:22 p.m. Thank you, everybody, for your great work so far. As we're returning from break, we will start on the next section of today's meeting, the introduction items. And so we will now move to introduction item number 1. This is the Superintendent Task Force for the Reopening Plan and Remote Learning. This came to the Executive Committee on September 16th for consideration. Chief of Staff Sherry Cox, I believe you'll be briefing us.
Thank you, President DeWolf, and good afternoon, Directors. Sherry Cox, Chief of Staff, and I'm here to introduce the bar for the Superintendent's Task Force for Reopening Plan and Remote Learning. Substitute Resolution 2020/21-4 directed Superintendent Juneau to launch this task force. As stated in the resolution, the purpose of this task force is to monitor the progress, implementation, and efficacy of the reopening plan and remote learning model. Some quick background information here. The vision for remote learning, as defined in our remote learning playbook, states that we are focused on racially equitable and culturally relevant remote learning systems and strategies that supports educators to meet the individual learning needs, interests, and goals, and are responsive to family and community priorities, interests, concerns, knowledge, and resources. This plan has 5 design principles, and they are located on page 2 of this board action report. This task force is planned to operate from October 2020 through June of 2021 and will be comprised of students, family members, educators, SPS staff, and community members who will develop and identify key performance indicators to evaluate student learning and student and family engagement and overall satisfaction with the remote learning. There are some examples of the KPIs listed on page 4 and 5 of the task force charter that is attached to today's bar. The work of this group is a form of action-based research and will provide real-time data and feedback so that we can make mid-year course corrections to enhance our model and learning for students. The task force will engage in a process that is aligned with Seattle Excellence and adhere to the theory of action and center on outcomes for Black boys and teens as well as their families. We will partner with external researchers at the University of Washington College of Education to enact a robust, multi-pronged process monitoring plan. To date, we have launched the website that includes the application, and the application itself will close on Wednesday, October 7th. Messages have been posted in SchoolBeat and to the SPS social media. The message has been translated to send to families via email and text message. The team has already recorded and translated robocall messages in the top 6 language that will go out tomorrow. We are also doing very targeted outreach as called for in Seattle Excellence. The team has already talked with the Office of African American Male Achievement, our family engagement, and in particular, they have spoken with Salim, who is a community organizer for our Amharic and Tigrinya speaking community. We have spoken with the SPS family support workers and are sending applications to the family support workers throughout the district to share with families. We have talked with the McKinney-Vento staff, and district liaisons will reach out directly to McKinney-Vento families. Tyra Williams, one of our housing partners teams, will be reaching out to all of the housing partners that is located on a list that I'm happy to share with directors. Along with that work, we are meeting with ITAC on Monday to learn more about that committee's work and what advice they may have for this task force. We have met with the special education department and are emailing communications to our families with special education students, particularly those that attended the affinity group meetings and included in the next special education communication to families. The communication department is also supporting us with the help of Braxton Kellogg and Emily Nitz-Ritter. We are committed to ensuring that this work is aligned to all the work streams that are operating in this remote learning stance. And as of today, we already have over 50 applicants. I want to take a quick second to address whether or not these meetings are open to the public. And per 4110 superintendent procedure, task force meetings are in fact open to the public unless there is sensitive materials which could close the meeting down. They are not required to be open, but the intent is that these meetings will be open to the public to come and sit and listen. However, the only people that can participate are those that will be selected by the task force or as an official task force member. And with that, Director DeWolf, I am ready for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Okay, I will begin with my 2 questions as the Executive Committee Chair, and then we'll move through alphabetically. My first one is, I'm noticing the document around membership. I see, where is it at now? This is the comment that came up from community, 20 members appointed by the superintendent or superintendent's designee. A third will be parents. One curiosity as I have is I don't see any board, even as ex officio, folks to participate. I would be interested in that for one. The other thing is I noticed that the dollar amount was $150,000 when it came through committee. I think that's probably why we put it through consideration, because of the dollar amount, and it's been reduced to 100,000. So if you could just share what costs or expenses changed.
Thank you, Director DeWolf, for the questions. As far as what expenses have changed, truthfully, no expenses have changed. The $150,000 dollar mark on the first bar was rounded up for additional expenses. The cost is simply for our facilitator at this point, and his expenses are not to exceed $100,000. And truthfully, I believe he will come in more at around $80,000. And then as far as the question around the board, typically board members do not sit on task forces. However, they are welcome to attend any or all of the meetings.
Okay, I appreciate your answers. I still have my concerns. I will move to Director Hampson.
I appreciate that this is moving forward. One of the concerns I wonder if you discussed putting this together was that the very families or parent and student representatives we need to hear from the most are the least likely to be able to have capacity because of what their experience is with remote learning right now, and how you're mitigating that.
Sorry, Director Hampson, your question is how are we mitigating to try to ensure that we get families that we most want to hear from on the task force when they're particularly stressed at this time?
Right, like it's already, they're already committed to trying to support their students, or as students to do support themselves or others in their household. How are they going to have time to do this?
I cannot answer the question of how they will have time to do this. I can tell you that we are intentionally reaching out and inviting them to the table through the groups that I had mentioned, like the Office of African American Male Achievement, and through our family support workers and McKinney-Vento staff. So I cannot answer if they will have time. I also know that we will be soliciting feedback from families multiple times throughout the school year with the help of our research and evaluation team, and with an intentional focus on those families as well. So even if they are not able to participate in the task force itself, they will be providing information back to the task force based on their experiences.
Okay, my second question is, there were 2 task force pieces of the reopening resolution. One was the superintendent task force as presented here, and the other was the board task force. I don't think there's been any discussion between staff and board about how that comes together. I think there's a lot of questions about how facilitators are used for these kinds of events, and how was the decision made to go with an outside facilitator, whereas we actually didn't even have board office support to create the bar and the because of not having staff capacity to create the bar and the charter for the board task force, because it's concerns. We're setting quite a standard here of external, not that we don't have a qualified individual coming forward to do this work, but that any task force is going to require significant expense of an outside facilitator.
Thank you, Director Hampson. So it has been a very standard practice that our task forces are often run by outside facilitators, and that is simply due to staff's capacity to lift and support the work of a task force. And then so this task force is being set up to be pretty aggressive in the timelines and in the amount of time that the facilitators will need to gather information and turn it around in a very quick manner. And so based on that information, the superintendent authorized the hiring of Zithri Salim to support this work.
And so that's being paid for out of the superintendent's office?
That is correct.
Okay, and so given the limitations of our budget as a board, how would the board go about doing something similar for our task force?
The board would need to review the board budget with Ms. Wilson-Jones and then Zachary, President DeWolf would make a decision if that is how the board wanted to spend its money.
So do you know the relative difference between those two budgets?
I do not know the relative difference in the two budgets off the top of my head.
But doesn't the board office report to you?
That is correct, but Ms. Wilson-Jones manages the board office budget.
Okay, I'm just saying that we're setting up quite a dichotomy here between board ability to create its own task force versus the superintendent task force. And I think we really need to be clear about that, particularly when we're expending taxpayer and critical dollars. And I know, for example, that the CM task force is paid for by ops. And so I don't, there's some inequity here in terms of how this work is getting done. Thanks. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Director Harris.
Yeah, and let me take the segue from Director Hampson. When we say assume, and typically I get really, really nervous. And I guess part of my concern and question is, and not to be sarcastic here, but advise and consent are the terms that I'm thinking about now, like the Senate with the Supreme Court. Has there been any advise and consent or collaboration with the board in setting up this structure? Or is it just being presented to us as a fait accompli? Because I recall a time when there was no board member on the strategic plan committee, and I'm very proud of the fact that I fought to get Jill Geary, a board member, on the strategic plan committee. I also recall a time when I spent 2 years of my life as a co-chair of the Community Engagement Task Force. And decidedly, a great many of those things have never come to pass, and it's very sad to me. So the board budget is woeful and lacking, and I'm concerned about the lack of collaboration here. Can you address that, please, Ms. Cox?
Thank you, Director Harris. Yes, I can certainly address that question. The question around, so I believe that Ms. Delinda Wiley has sent out invites to board directors for 2x2s, and if she hasn't, she is in the process of it, where the task force leads will sit down with directors to have a conversation to ensure that the charter as it is drafted is hitting the mark, and then they will also be seeking your input on what types of data points you think are pertinent and will help that group move ahead in determining the key performance indicators that we will use throughout the school year. And as we know, everything during this crisis, one thing we know for certain is that everything is subject to change. And so the intent of the task force leads will be to communicate with board directors in that type of a setting. And then we will also, Director Harris, be bringing back reports per the resolution's directions to the superintendent and the school board on a frequent basis.
Okay, and earlier when you addressed this issue, you said you would be happy to share the list. Could you please do so to all the board directors?
To share the list of the housing partners? That's the list I was referring to. And yes, I'm happy to send the list of housing partners that Tyra Williams is reaching out to invite to the task force.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Director Hersey.
Hey, yeah, so I don't really have any questions, just a quick comment. I think that it really needs to be elevated considering the amount of community lift that went into organizing our resolution to reopen schools, especially concerning outdoor learning and affinity schools and the work that goes into that. And then when you cross apply that and look at the differences that exist in terms of spending tens of thousands of dollars on a consultant from the superintendent's office versus the abysmal budget that really is the board office budget in comparison to a resolution that really came and grew and was elevated and widely supported by community, you could see how our concern as elected officials in the utilization of tax dollars is really should be at the center of everybody's thinking as we consider this item. I find it very egregious to think that we are not putting resources by any stretch of the imagination into really a community feat in terms of lifting up very clearly what our families are expecting of us in terms of returning to school. Yet we really do stand to re-traumatize a lot of families, as we've been told time and time again, asking repeatedly for our families that experience the most trauma at the hands of our school district to return to the table to tell us more and more about what they think, when they've already clearly done that through the resolution that we passed earlier this season. So my comment here is that this to me seems like a huge misstep in terms of where we should be allocating our resources and how do we ask and represent community in this fashion. And I'm having some really grave concerns at this intersection concerning this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hersey. I didn't hear a question there.
As stated, it was a statement at the beginning. Thank you.
Yep.
Director Mack.
The acknowledgement that there seems to be a different standard at which the support is being provided for the board's task force creation at this point, understanding that we have limited resources, time, etc. I do also share that concern that's being stated, and also I see that there's an attempt to be really inclusive here in terms of building this task force with a lot of our standard strategies for doing so. And I think the comment from Director Hersey is important to heed in terms of, I guess, kind of where the task force starts with what question or what information, and recognizing the starting point of the question and what recommendations they're looking to provide. That may not be very eloquently stated, but those are my only thoughts and comments at this time. I don't have any specific recommendations. The one other thing is about having a board representative, a connection to the board in this process. I would recommend that there be some sort of function, may not be a seated member on the task force, but I would recommend that there be some sort of clause in the charter of a liaison position so that work can be done effectively with the board, the liaison with this task force. And I don't know exactly what that looks like, but I trust staff can come up with a way to integrate that into the charter.
Thank you, Director Mack.
Is my recommendation.
Great. Based on the recommendation from both you and Director DeWolf, we will add, I will go back to the language that may have been in the strategic plan work that Director Harris referenced and see if there's some good language that we can pull to make sure that there's a board consultant or a liaison. Thank you for that. And then Director Mack, I think you may have asked a question about what question is the task force set to answer, and as spelled out in the resolution, the primary function of them is to monitor progress, implementation, and efficacy of the reopening plan and remote learning model. And that's the direct language from the resolution itself.
Okay, thank you. Director Rankin.
Thanks. Yeah, similar questions and concerns about, you know, how this task force is actionable and not another admiring problem kind of discussion thing. So I'm curious about how we've thought about, or if we haven't, how we could tie the work of this task force to some sort of you know, goals or deliverables to the board, or a certain reporting out aspect at various times, and also how this task force, you know, which is directed to focus on, you know, the efficacy of the remote learning model and the reopening plan, which is more academic and learning focused, I think, how this task force will work with the task force designated in the MOU that is SEA and SPS members that are more focused on the health and safety data and kind of analyzing that. So how are we ensuring that those two groups connect and support each other in making various recommendations or assessments that encompass both the academic side and the health and safety side?
Director Rankin, thank you for bringing that up. I do not have anything that references the working group in the SCA SPS MOU, but I can certainly add it to the list before this item goes to action, just as we have called out specifically what ITAC is doing. So I will work with Dr. Codd to take a look at the MOU and see how that can play, how that communication can happen as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Director Rivera-Smith.
Thank you. I think all my questions have been covered pretty well there. Thank you. Definitely, I wanted to emphasize the collaboration between this task force and the other task force, notably the one in the MOU, so that we don't lose time going back and forth with that. Early collaboration is going to help us move quicker, move faster, which I know everybody wants to see happen. I think my one question is about this task force being set to go through June 2021. And I'm wondering, just maybe you can belay our fears, but is that implying that we'll be in remote learning until then? Because we haven't said that. We don't know that. We're trying to hopefully get back to in person. But I fear that sets up for, you know, is the expectation will be in through June.
Thank you, Director Rivera-Smith. I cannot predict how long we will remain in a remote learning stance, although I do not predict that we will return to a fully 30-person classroom in-person instruction by the end of the school year. I hope I'm wrong on that. And so we do know that even if we were to return to a hybrid, part of that hybrid does rely on a remote learning stance. And so this task force is set to run through the course of the school year. I also think there can be some important learnings from this task force about how to utilize our technology resources. For example, we may be able to recognize that we can accelerate learning when we use what's called the flipped classroom, based on the fact that all of our students will now have a device at hand.
Thank you for that information. No other questions.
Thank you. And I just want to highlight too, before we move on, Sherry, Liza mentioned a reporting. I don't remember seeing it in the task force document, but I'm sure if it could go to CNI. I don't know how you feel about that, Director Rankin, as an update at your committee meetings. I don't know if that's.
I think that would be appropriate. Yeah.
Okay.
President DeWolf?
Oh, yes, Director Harris.
Thank you. Ms. Cox just mentioned a term that I think bears a great deal of illustrative shout out, and that's the concept of flipped classroom. While we've been talking about online learning, we have not been talking about flipped classroom. And if we could figure out a way, Friday memos, cheat sheets, one-pagers, website, whatever, if we could talk about what that means according to us, because it's different all over the country, I'm very grateful. I think our families and community would be well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you,
Director Harris, I'd be happy to provide a brief explanation of at least how I perceive, and I'll work with Dr. DeBacker and Chief Pedrosa and Chief Jesse as well to make sure we're all in alignment on what that means to us as SPS.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next we'll move to introduction item number 2. This is amending policy numbers 1010, Board Oversight of Management, and 1240, committees. This came through Executive Committee on September 16th for approval. This board action report comes forward from the Executive Committee, so I'll provide a little bit of background on proposed policy changes, and I want to also just offer and elevate our board office staff who does truly yeoman's work, and I don't know how Ellie does it, but thank her for all of the work she put into synthesizing this, collaborating, and bringing this together. So thank you, Ms. Wilson-Jones. The board identified board policy 1240 as needing revisions excuse me, in our board goals for this year in order to provide clarity for directors and staff about which topics are overseen by which committees. Board policy 1010 also has language regarding committees, so the two policies are being brought forward together to consolidate that information in 1240. The Executive Committee began discussion on these policies in June, and at that time reviewed proposed revisions to 1010, including a change to the language about the operations data dashboard to coincide with the new dashboard we approved in the spring. The committee also began discussion in June about which topics should be assigned to which committees and identified areas where we wanted to have more discussion. Staff collected feedback from committee chairs. Thank you, Directors Rankin and Mack, for all of your work, and other directors about where they felt topics should be assigned. And then we reviewed this information in August and made remaining determinations before finalizing this BAR in September. So in addition to more clearly stating which topics would fall under which committee, the proposed revisions to Board Policy 1240 would rename the Curriculum and Instruction Policy Committee, with it becoming the Student Services Curriculum and Instruction Committee to better align with the committee's scope. 1240 would also be revised to clarify the process for assignment of topics to committees and for the Executive Committee's review of committee work plans to ensure alignment with the strategic plan and coordination across committees. Again, I just want to elevate, really grateful for Directors Mack and Directors Rankin for just really rich discussion. And again, Ms. Wilson-Jones, for your help on bringing this forward. We had a really great discussion at our Executive Committee last week on the 16th, and so open to questions and comments. Again, if I can't specifically answer it, Ms. Wilson-Jones did a lot of synthesizing and gathering that information too, and she may be able to provide some insights. So I'll begin first with Director Hampson.
Thank you, and I just want to echo that this was a lot of work to try to provide some clarity in a pretty ambiguous situation. I think it's we have not the best structure, and this was a really earnest and probably tiresome bit of work to put some more clear structure around it. So I very much support where we landed. I know that it took into consideration a lot of different perspectives, and I think it's about as good as we're going to get on this. At one point I had proposed an addition to one of these relative to 1010 relative to the organizational chart, and we're going to look at that in a different policy. So that hasn't died, but it's just moved on to another policy revision. But I think from the standpoint of the work that was put into this to provide that clarity, both for staff and for board, I think that this is where we need to be, and I really appreciate all the work. So no questions, and look forward to hearing other board members' questions.
Thank you. Director Harris.
I'd like to pass and be picked up at the end of the discussion, please. Thank you.
I can do that, Director Harris. Director Hersey.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you. Thank you. Director Mack.
I have to admit that I haven't had a chance to get all the way through all of the revisions, and I was not in attendance at the last discussion of this. And so at this point, I mean, I expressed some concerns in the previous executive committee discussion about ensuring that the alignment of our committees makes sense in alignment with the district structure. And I'm not sure exactly where some of the topic areas landed, or how that all played out until I actually review through the entire document. So I apologize that I'm not actually fully up to speed. I may have additional questions or concerns that I'll raise at a different time. Awesome. But I appreciate the introduction at this point, and I'll circle back. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Director Mack. And Ms. Wilson-Jones, if you want to provide like a kind of a high level just background about some of the changes, if that makes sense here, or again, Director Mack, we can also talk offline between now and action. But Ms. Wilson-Jones, if you wanted to provide anything.
I would be happy to talk offline with you, Director Mack, about sort of where specifically different topics landed. There was.
I think that actually might be helpful. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think it might be helpful for the public and the rest of our board members to understand, like, the overview of that. If it's simple enough to provide that overview. If there's a lot of shifting going on, that's a pretty big change. If it's just
a lot of
not that.
To put her on the spot, if she's prepared. I didn't ask her to speak, so I just want to be thoughtful.
Yeah, let me take a try at it, and I think it's just a greater differentiation about where various topics would go, whereas under the prior version of the policy, it was left really ambiguous, and we had a lot of inconsistency in where topics would land, and maybe the same topic might be divided and considered by the two different committees even at the same time. So moving into 1240, the language about which committees provide which sort of areas of oversight from 1010 has been sort of backed out of that policy and then moved and condensed into 1240, hearing direction from directors that you wanted it all in one place and enhanced sort of clarity and more concise language. And so in 1240 then, the executive committee would be more clearly charged with making recommendations with respect to equity, partnerships and engagement, public affairs, African American male achievement, coordination on legal issues, collective bargaining agreements, and the academic calendar. It was really a substantive change. It's more just a clarification and speaking to some topics that were not previously called out specifically. Then under the Audit and Finance Committee, that committee would be charged with making recommendations with respect to business and finance, budget development, contracting, accounting, cash handling at schools, risk management, procurement, internal audit, and human resources, including a number of specific topics. So again, not really intending to have a shift in practice. For the Operations Committee, it would be operations, nutrition services, transportation, capital projects and planning, facilities, sustainability, enrollment planning, admissions, boundaries, athletics, safety and security that relates primarily to property, as well as general infrastructure for technology. And those two topics, safety and security and technology, would also sort of have a relationship with the Student Services Curriculum and Instruction Committee, which would make recommendations with respect to curriculum assessment, instruction, research and evaluation, schools and continuous improvement, coordinated school health, special education, safety, security, and relations with law enforcement, except those that are the purview of the Operations Committee, highly capable services, English learners, student-focused technology, and general technology plans, policies, and technology strategies, except with respect to the infrastructure and levy planning overseen by the Ops Committee, and then the FEP levy and waiver requests for school days. So just kind of focusing on the topics that are assigned to each, that's sort of the quickest summary.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson-Jones. Director Mack, are you okay if I move to Director Rankin, or?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rankin.
No, I don't have any questions. I guess I'll just share, you know, the appreciation for the time and thoughtfulness that went into this. And, you know, in particular, Director Mack and I discussed where different policies are, you know, sit in both of our committees at different times. And what we sort of came to was, to further synthesize what Ellie just said, was that kind of direct student experience and engagement and interaction with students would be C&I, and district-wide operational, you know, property and building-based physical things and processes would be in operations. And then the other thing I don't know if people caught that Ellie mentioned was considering a change to the Curriculum and Instruction Policy Committee name to include students. So, because I mean, personally, curriculum and instruction, particularly the instruction part, is about, you know, how do we deliver curriculum, and how are students prepared to receive curriculum, and you know, how are we how are individuals within our system building relationships that are conducive to learning and all of these kind of things. So the Student Services Curriculum and Instruction Committee sort of emerged as something that, you know, doesn't cover everything, but kind of makes sense, and based on, you know, working with direct services like English language learner supports, special education, all of those things make sense in as sort of in the student-based and teaching and learning sort of world. So hopefully that makes sense for people, and it felt right to us in terms of also a shift as a district in terms of, you know, our safety and security conversations, that you know, that's about more than property. It's about how we interact with students and how students feel and are seen and accepted as individuals, and how we respond to behavior and all these kinds of things that really need to move into the student space. So I'm looking forward to continuing, and I hope that helped clarify things for anybody listening and not just made it more confusing. But yeah.
Thank you, Director Rankin. Director Bear-Smith.
No questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris.
Thank you. I don't object to these changes, but what I still get stuck on, and I have been for a very, very long time, is you've got 7 board directors. We can't keep up with everything, and our minutes come out a month later. So how is it that we can, and we bought a program a couple of years ago, it didn't work, we nuked the contract, appropriately so. How is it that we can keep each other updated on all of these issues that we're all responsible for? I well appreciate the divide and conquer of our committees. And I also appreciate the idea that SharePoint is the silver bullet or nirvana for us, but we're not able to keep up with all the committees if the minutes come in 30 minutes later. And it's not so much an issue to me of where things are parked or placed for action, but it's about communicating the rich and thoughtful conversations that have happened in those committee meetings. We've got a disconnect there that we really have to fix, so we're all on the same page, and also so that we can address things like miscommunication that causes so much trouble. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris. Okay, we will move to introduction item number 3. This is Seattle Public Schools Personal Services Contracts, PSC, for the City of Seattle's Parks and Recreation Department. This came to the Audit and Finance Committee on September 14th for consideration. Chief Financial Officer Jolynn Berge, I believe you'll be briefing us, and then we'll begin with director's comments and questions.
Hi, yes, thank you, President DeWolf. So just for clarification, this bar, along with the next 3, would approve contracts to provide families education, preschool, and promise levy funded activities. These contractors would be delivering student support, tutoring, and enrichment services for school year 2021. Schools do select which approved contracts to work with, and that is outlined in the FEPP grant agreement. All contractors do have to go through an RFP process for selection. So I'll go over all, they're separate. Before they were all together, and board asked us to separate those. So the first one is the contract with the City of Seattle for just over $909,000. Parks and Rec provides after-school break camps and extended year academic and enrichment programs at various schools. Each amount listed in the contract reflects the cost of the program lead at each school and the staffing cost to serve the number of students throughout the school. So for example, Aki will have one manager who will oversee park staff needed to serve the 800 students in their program. Their $300,000 contract amount will cover hourly costs for the staff members and the supplies for the students. Let me see what else here. We had 2 questions come from ANF, and we have clarified and expanded the bars to talk about COVID activities from the city and to clarify the staffing levels. The other item that goes over all 4 is we were asked to provide the data sharing agreements. We have learned that those are still in process and are not yet completed, so we're unable to provide them at this time. That would conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Chief Berge. So now I will turn it over to Director Hampson, who is our Audit and Finance Committee Chair.
Yes, thank you. This is, I think, a helpful way to have these presented. These are related to the Families in Education and Preschool Promise Levy. They are determined at the site level, but rather than having each of these approved individually, we're looking at them as an aggregate, which I think is really helpful for a better understanding of the relationship that we have with the particular contractors that are providing services to buildings as a result of the levy funding. So that's kind of what I would say about that. They each, are distinct entities that provide a certain set of services, very different from each other in support of our school buildings. And I'm grateful that we have these opportunities. I think that's all I would say. I think it's a good way for us to be able to look at it from an economic commitment standpoint.
Can I just add that this set of contracts, I think, has been coming since about 2015. Just wanted to put that out for
Thanks, Jolynn.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jolynn. Okay, thanks, Director Hampson. Director Harris.
So I'm confused. Are we dealing with just number 3, or are we dealing with all 3 or 4 of these at one time?
So just number 3, I gave some background that would cover all 4, but the specific questions about Park and Rec, I talked specifically about their activities.
Okay, I appreciate that very much, and I will renew my concerns about the way that the city treats the Seattle Public School District generally with the 25% holdback. We're their bank, and we don't get that 25% despite the fact that we've met the metric every year. And I think it's what, $1.8 million that will be recommitted elsewhere, even though that the voters passed this in the levy. I know this is just about Parks and Rec, but it is also very much about the way the city of Seattle, DEEL, Parks and Rec treats the Seattle Public Schools. And if we had the kind of administrative staff ratio, we'd be in a heck of a lot better position. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hersey.
No burning questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mack.
I appreciate the questions that were asked in committee and that the answers were provided here. The data sharing agreements actually caused me some concern because I know the city likes to have a lot of data and there's privacy concerns around that. Will those data sharing agreements be finalized before we're expected to adopt this?
That's not my understanding, Director Mack.
We won't have the data sharing agreements finalized.
Correct. That's not, yes. My understanding is that they would not be completed before action.
That's concerning to me. Do we know what the debate is around those? Is it a staff capacity issue with completing them, or is it that there's some fundamental disagreements about how to share or what not to share?
I'm not sure. I'll have to check in with James Bush's department and just check in on that.
I would like to advocate that those should be completed before we're asked to approve these contracts. Thank you.
Sorry. Director Mack, are you done?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, that was it. I would like to advocate that those be completed before we're asked to approve this. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. Director Rankin.
I don't have any questions right now.
Thank you. Director Rivera-Smith.
Thank you. Just following up on for when this was in the Audit and Finance Committee, I did ask at the time about the data sharing agreements for each of these schools, to which I believe Michael Stone said he would provide for the bar. I could be mistaken. I have to go back. My notes actually don't clarify very much what the response from him was, but he did respond to it, to my concern about data sharing. So I was under the impression we would have that in time for action. I don't know if Michael Stone's here.
He's not. We have status. Some have not put their application in. Some are working through the approval process. So what I recalled was that he would check in on where they were at, and if they were available, we would attach them. They're not completed though yet, so we can ask about that.
Thank you, because I'm equally concerned about those as Director Mack. Another clarification we asked for this bar was to clarify that when people look at this and see that it's $300,000 out of school, it's not for that one. It says in here one CLC site coordinator is $300,000. It's not. To clarify that that's actually for the whole program at that school, which probably helps people feel better about it. That was one clarification we asked for in the bar. I don't see if that was added or not, but I just wanted to reassure people that we aren't in fact paying one person $300K for something. At least not that person. Thank you.
Thanks. Yep, and I think that the city has part of this process for the data share agreement as well. So I'm not sure we can control the whole thing, but I will definitely ask. I just want to be super clear about I'm not sure that we're running the whole thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rivera-Smith. Thank you, Chief Berge. And I don't have any questions for you at this time. Thank you. Okay, so next we'll move to introduction item number 4, Seattle Public Schools SPS Personal Services Contract PSC for City of Year of Seattle. This came through the Audit and Finance Committee on September 14th for approval. Chief Berge, I believe you'll be briefing us.
Yes, thank you. So City of Year of Seattle will support academic and enrichment activities before, after, and through an extended year school support at the schools, extended year support at the schools that are listed in the bar. There were a couple of things that we were asked for in audit and finance. We were asked to expand in the background for specific COVID-related activities, which we've done. We've talked about the data sharing that was kind of overarching for all 4 agreements. We have added information on staff diversity in the racial equity section, and we fixed a wrong checkbox to, it appeared wrong when it was coming through in different versions. So we have appropriately checked the box to indicate why this is coming to the board. That would conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Chief Berge. Okay, Director Hampson, as our Audit and Finance Committee Chair, I'll have you go first.
Yeah, I don't have, as I said in my introductory remarks on the prior contract, these are aggregated amounts for locally made decisions at the building level, and the same applies for this, and appreciate all the clarifications and requests for additional information and the provision of those, and don't have anything to add besides that. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Harris.
Very much appreciative of the amendments made and the responsiveness to the questions that were asked at ANF, especially with respect to the staff disaggregation of who are providing these services. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris. Director Hersey.
Similar appreciation, no additional questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mack.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Director Rankin.
Nothing from me.
Thank you, Director Rivera-Smith.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. And I have no questions for you at this time. Thank you for your work on this. The next item is introduction item number 5, Seattle Public Schools SPS Personal Services Contracts PSC with University Tutors for Seattle Schools UTSS. This came to the Audit and Finance Committee on September 14th for consideration. Chief Berge, I believe you'll be briefing us again.
I am. So this contract is to provide tutoring services at the schools that are listed in the bar. We were asked for information at ANF. We were asked to add information on staff diversity for this contract, which we have added to the equity section of this bar. And that would conclude my remarks.
Thank you very much, Chief Berge. Okay, Director Hampson, Audit and Finance Committee Chair, have you go first.
Yeah, thanks. No questions. Just a repeat from the prior comments on the other contracts.
Thank you. Director Harris.
Appreciate the staff diversity add in. It does not say amended, however, on the agenda I'm looking at, and wonder if that would be appropriate. Thank you.
Director Harris, I believe some we got in before it was posted, and we were waiting for others, and when we got the later stuff in, it had to be redlined. Is that what you're asking?
I'm just asking how it's listed on the agenda that it's been amended since it came from ANF to include the staff diversity question that y'all have answered.
Okay.
Well, I imagine it doesn't. Greg, do you think it requires some action?
Director DeWolf, I apologize. I attended to a family matter for a second. I'm not aware of what the question is. I apologize.
Just trying to understand if there was a change made from the committee to now, does that mean that this is coming to us as amended, or is this coming to us just redlined or revised.
And this is Ellie. I can also speak to the practices for how we reflect updates on the agenda, if that's helpful.
Sure.
The notations on the agenda reflect updates that are made from the initial posting of this school board agenda. So between Friday's posting and today's board meeting, the updates that happen between committee and the board meeting are not reflected on the posted board agenda.
Okay. Any further clarification needed, Director Harris?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hersey?
No questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mack?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Director Rankin?
I'm good, thanks.
Thank you. Director Rivera-Smith?
No questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chief Berge, I have none, and thank you for the update. Appreciate it. Next one is item number 6. This is Seattle Public Schools, SPS, Personal Services Contracts, PSC, with Seneca Family of Agencies. This came to the Audit and Finance Committee on September 14th for approval. Chief Berge, once again, this is your item.
Thank you. Seneca would be providing behavioral clinician services and staff professional development around social emotional behavior at the schools listed in the BAR. There were no changes requested at the Audit and Finance Committee, and that would conclude my remarks.
Thank you. We will start with the Audit and Finance Committee Chairperson, Director Hampson.
Yeah, nothing substantive to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Harris.
I'm good. Thank you.
Director Hersey.
None from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mack.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Director Rankin.
No questions.
Thank you. Director Rivera-Smith.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Berge, the only question I have is this a new contract?
No, this one's been coming as well for a while.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next we'll move to introduction item number 7, special education contract amendments. This came to the Audit and Finance Committee on September 14th for approval. Chief Pedrosa, I believe you'll be briefing us.
Yes, thank you. I'm here to present this board action report with Executive Director of Special Education, Trish Campbell, who can answer further questions if needed. This bar details contract amendments for the listed community agencies, non-public agency schools, and contractors serving students with disabilities. The bar before you is for the approval date to amendments needed to the original contracts. These contracts are over the amount previously approved by the board due to the number of additional students added to each of the individual contract roster. And these contracts are for required services for students during the 2019-20 school year. This motion is to request retroactive approval for the unanticipated increases to each of these contracts. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you. Okay, we'll begin with Audit and Finance Committee Chairperson, Director Hampson.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you to staff for bringing this back. There is a rolling change to the level of approval necessary because of unpredictable enrollments into these programs. I hope to be able to work with staff on some approval levels that might, or maybe it's a policy change that might make it a little bit more fluid in terms of when they have to come back for approval, that, or something like a contingency amount that would be pretty significant. I don't know if Chief Berge wants to speak to that at all, but so this is really to just get approval for additional services provided during this last fiscal year, and that exceeds the board service amount as compared to what was originally projected.
Thank you, Director Hampson. Director Harris.
I would disagree with my esteemed colleague, Director Hampson. I think it's a good thing that folks come back for additional amounts. I think it's appropriate that the board be advised when the estimations have been exceeded, and I'd also renew my request as per the last 4.5 years. And perhaps it's inappropriate in the middle of a worldwide pandemic, but some of these services, I sincerely hope we can bring in-house to address our most needy and affected students. Thank you.
Director Hersey.
No additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mack.
I just for clarification, in reading the bar, I'm a little confused, and I apologize for my confusion. This is for last school year that we're approving these amounts that were already spent, or is this for the upcoming or the current school year?
Last school year.
Okay, and then the one on Boyer Children's Clinic, my recollection was that contract was part of the pass-through dollars through the King County Birth to 3 that I think at one point was going to be ending, and then we didn't end it. And I'm wondering, is the Boyer Children's Clinic Birth to 3, that program, which is funded through dollars that flow through the county, is that still a flow through situation for those dollars?
So this is Executive Director Trish Campbell. Very good question. And you are absolutely right. You're spot on. And this is the last time the B to 3 flow through dollars will go. We won't see that in the upcoming school year. So this is for 1920. And now the Birth to 3 services will no longer flow through Seattle or the public school system.
So for clarity, the Birth to 3 is going to be serviced and provided directly by those agencies, and we won't be having that flow through us anymore.
That's correct.
Okay, so this is the last time the Boyer Children's Clinic services will be on our books.
That is correct, unless there's a change that is not our change, but that is done at the OSPI.
Okay, and so then last question for clarification about the special education contract that are for the current school years. Is that on our agenda upcoming? Do we have some of those that are going to be approved shortly?
Yes, I believe that they might have come through in the already for the following school year, and there may be a few more that are going to come through. So that's what we're working on with Director Hampson.
But there's still some current year contracts that are kind of outstanding.
No, not for 1920. Are you talking about 2021?
Yeah, I'm talking about 2021.
The 2021 contracts that are over, that are the amounts that need to be before the board, I believe they have all gone through for the following year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Mack. Director Rankin.
Not specifically at this time. I think I have more general questions that are probably appropriate in a different meeting.
Okay, thank you. Director Yvette Smith.
No questions or comments, thank you.
Thank you. And I have no questions for you. Thank you, Chief Pedrosa.
Thank you.
We'll now move to introduction item number 8. This is approval of contract amendment with EPI use for SAP staff support for school year 2020 through 2021. This came to the Audit and Finance Committee on September 14th for consideration. I hope I said all that right. Chief Berge, you'll be briefing us, and then I'll start with Director Hampson, Audit and Finance Committee Chair after you.
Yes, it's EPI use, just to let you know. Thank you. By way of background, this bar is to continue a contract for staff augmentation for SAP contractors. SAP is our accounting, HR, payroll, and purchasing system. We continue to have difficulty in recruiting candidates for our SAP positions. And in 1920, we began using EPIUS to contract for experts in SAP for K-12 education. So this has been extremely successful for us. We recently underwent work to realign position descriptions to industry standards. We believe this change will enable us to advertise and recruit for the positions that we are currently contracting with EPIUS for, but that will take time. This bar would provide authority to continue to contract with EPIUS through 2021. The amount requested does include a 30% contingency in the event that we are unable to fill open positions. And at the Audit and Finance Committee meeting, staff were asked to add the staffing plan, which is now attached, and in the back, and to add language regarding the 30% contingency that's built into the dollar amount, as well as language about state mandates that have required additional contractor time in 1920 and possibly will in 2021 as well. That would conclude my remarks.
Okay, thanks. Director Hampson.
Yeah, we spoke about the contingency amount as Chief Berge stated, and these are some distinct and specialized activities for which it is difficult to find staff, and I think they've created a reasonable solution and built in a good amount so that they can keep functioning, but also continue trying to bring this in-house. And I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Harris.
Appreciate the amendments and the staffing plan and hitting the request from A&F. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris. Director Hersey.
None from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mack.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Director Rankin.
I always have to remind myself that this is not student assignment plan. But from what I understand, I know that this is hugely helpful and makes a difference. So yeah, no questions.
Thank you, Director Vela Smith.
Thank you. So first, I guess thank you for adding the staffing plan that I asked for that to be included. But I'm kind of confused. This isn't much of a, like, I don't see it's a budgeting plan. It's a staffing spend plan, which that's not what I understood they meant at the meeting when we were told that there was a staffing plan. I thought it was more of like how we intend to in the future staff these positions, not necessarily just the dollars per month. So is there a different staffing plan, or is this really it? Because it just seems like this isn't really the information I expected.
This is it. It's a staffing spend plan. So it's what the spend or the burn rate is per month with contractors, and as we make that conversion to hiring and what we estimate those costs to be. That was when Judy talked about it at A&F. This is what she was referring to. It's the only document that we had.
Okay, gotcha. I did not expect just a lot of numbers, but okay. Well, maybe we can talk separately about the plan for how that gets filled. But I appreciate this, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Director Vela Smith. I have no questions. Thank you, Chief Berge.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move to introduction item number 9, annual approval of schools per WAC 180-16-220. This came to the Curriculum and Instruction Policy Committee on September 15th for approval. Wyatt Jesse, I think our Chief of Schools and Continuous Improvement, you'll be briefing us today.
Thank you, Board President DeWolf. Yes, this evening I am introducing a motion to approve each school's improvement plan, commonly referred to as a CSIP. This is a part of, as you mentioned, a requirement underneath the Washington Administrative Code. We're asking the board to approve these plans, as part of our review. It's a data-driven process. We also review particular systemic barriers or ineffective practices, especially for our students that are represented within the strategic plan, and then as well as input from staff and community in these plans as well. What is reflected in the plans for the 2021 school year is actually part of a complete overhaul of the CSIP process. It's been a long time coming. We've made some changes to CSIPs, but with the new strategic plan, we need to do way better in our alignment, as well as providing for a consistent format and language so that it is accessible to more of our families and just clear in our understanding. So again, this is really in alignment to Seattle Excellence. We have the CSIPs already posted. We have also created an ongoing fluid plan. And as I've mentioned in our board work session around CSIPs in the spring, this is our binding document. This is something that's not just a particular school CSIP, let's say Lafayette Elementary CSIP, but this is actually a district CSIP, so that central office staff as well as obviously school-based staff are focused on the goals underneath our strategic plan. They're reflected in the CSIPs, and that we're holding folks accountable on those and those measures. Of course, we need to make adjustments. They're contextual to each school through that data analysis and just also their own development and the practices they do for the specific populations and the families they serve. So 100% of the staff, principals were trained in this. Unbelievable when this process came through in the spring. And so we worked on that this spring with principals, a lot of review, 100% of them been reviewed by peers, community, and then also central office, including the directors of schools. So again, they're up, and then we'll be continuously using those as a fluid piece. And again, something that binds our work collectively as we work towards the goals in the strategic plan. With that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Chief Jesse. Okay, we'll start with Director Rankin, who is our Curriculum and Instruction Policy Committee Chair.
She may have stepped away for a moment. I don't know if she's back.
Hi, I
That's
just came
okay.
back. I'm so sorry. There was a crash and a bunch of screaming upstairs. In my house, everybody's okay, but I
Cool.
just came back.
Okay, we'll start with Director Hampson. How about that? And we'll get settled. Director Hampson.
I just wanted to start with the clarification. The policy listed in the documentation has the old numbers attached to it. Is that something that truly? What's that?
I'm sorry, are you referencing AO2?
Yeah.
That is still a standing policy. That is one that could use some attention and updating, but it's been delayed in previous boards. It's been kind of sitting around for the last couple of years with that on as a possible update to that policy.
So it doesn't even have a current number?
That's how old it is, yeah.
But I guess I'm confused because I thought all policies had been transferred to the new structure, regardless.
Ellie could maybe provide some context.
There are several policies that are still part of, retain the letters that were part of the old policy book structure. They've been sort of grouped into and show up in our policy book under the numbered series.
Okay, well, yeah, it kind of throws me for a loop with respect to the nature of the work is just because the reference points aren't there. But okay, I'll just pass to another director for now while I collect my thoughts about that. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Rankin.
Sorry, can you come back to me?
Yes, Director Harris.
Well, this particular bar is a subject close to my heart because for many years and historically, previous boards were told it doesn't have to be correct. We just have to rubber stamp it because it's a compliance issue. And maybe I'm missing the memo here, but I don't see a link to all the CSIPs for all 104 schools in one place. Are you asking this board? And indeed I did when I was just a citizen activist, went out and found all 104 policies, put a spreadsheet together, highlighted it, and poor Michael Stone had to come back from home when I distributed that to the board members then some 10 years ago. Are you asking us to rubber stamp this without being able to look at all of these in one place? Truly? We've had this conversation for years. And I'm aghast and gobsmacked, quite frankly.
Thanks, Director Harris. So those plans are, before they used to be really difficult to locate. They are all in a common location on each school's website. But I'm happy to send that out.
Aggregated place and an attachment to the board action report to where this board can do its fiduciary duty. I
can get that done for you and have that out this week, not a problem.
This is the same conversation we've had for 4 years. I'm sorry, but I'm very distressed by this fact. Thank you.
Director Hersey.
I don't have anything additional at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mack.
Yeah, hi. It didn't take me as long to get to the unmute button. The concern that Director Harris raised around not having a link to the actual CSIPs and them not being included or referenced, actually, that was one of my questions. So I appreciate that she already raised that because what we're approving here is the CSIPs, and we're also, it's the annual approval of schools. And so this bar it also doesn't include the list of schools as it has in the past. Because I remember a couple years ago, we had a nice long conversation around the difference between a school and a school building and the confusion that we have around the renaming of schools, et cetera, and that schools actually have an OSPI number and schools are a very specific thing, and the number 104 is based on the number of schools that are they have a number assigned to by OSPI. And that is what we're approving. So we're approving that those are the schools that we are running, and we're approving their annual plans when we approve this bar. And this bar doesn't include the list of schools, and it doesn't include the links to the actual CSIP, so we can even look at that. So I would appreciate it including the list of schools. And I liked having the clarification of the address, as we asked for in years past to reduce some of the confusion we have around renaming of schools and school buildings, et cetera, or the OSPI number of the school. In any case, some sort of clear delineation that assists us in identifying that we're approving these schools with a list and the links to the CSIP. So I'd appreciate that information being included in this bar as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Mack. I imagine some stuff or institutional knowledge left with maybe our former deputy superintendents, because I do remember that as well. Director Rankin, are you ready?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, my 8-year-old.
No worries.
Caught his foot on the edge of the couch that he was trying to vault over, and landed face first on the hardwood floor. But he's okay.
Thank you. We're happy to hear that.
Sorry, that was just a little bit, a little bit distracting. We discussed in committee, I believe that the approval of the CSIPs is not of the CSIPs themselves, but that each school has a CSIP. So I definitely appreciate directors wanting to see the actual CSIPs and support that. But just to make that distinction as to why it's coming to introduction without that is that we talked about this somewhat. Another thing that we talked about in committee was the expansion of our internal CSIP schedule from annual, and I apologize if this came up while I was upstairs, annual, the approval for SPS of CSIPs being on a 3-year plan instead of a 1-year plan, and how that was going to be monitored and what kind of reporting structures were in place. I think having a something that the public and the board can see of requirements that we have of every CSIP would be really helpful. And then as well as, rather than, every CSIP being on different school websites, perhaps that there should be a CSIP page that explains a little bit about what it is, what we have as a requirement, and then includes a link to every school. So I'm just adding that, I guess.
Thank you. And please do not apologize, Director Rankin. You're a parent doing your public service. We understand. We're happy to hear it's okay.
It was a rather loud crash. Thanks.
Director Yvette Smith?
No questions or comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, Director, yeah, go ahead, Director Harris.
I'm having trouble with moving to a 3-year plan when the most important thing of the success of our schools are the school leaders. And to put that on a 3-year plan, I don't understand how we address the accountability that this board is so very, very concerned about.
Can I answer? Can I get some clarity for you? Yeah, so the difference is they'll still come in front of the board every year. The process for the 3-year plan was that there wasn't going to be these huge uplifting revisions to the CSIPs because of the alignment underneath the strategic plan, and then knowing that our goals are multi-year. So that was just the notion that right now we're going to focus on the strat plan as it moves us for the next 3 more years, and so that was the part of that process.
Couldn't disagree with it more. Thank you so much.
My question relates to Director Rankin's. She just asked about actually seeing I think this is what I heard Director Rankin saying, was just asking about seeing the actual CSIP document, what school leaders are kind of participating through and working through. And I just was curious, is that whatever document or template that they use, is that something that is legally prescribed, or can it be revised or modified by SPS?
It can be revised by SPS. Yep. And districts have all sorts of have different forms and templates for these school improvement plans.
Sure. Okay. So I guess I was just curious about flexibility, because I had an LGBTQ community call a couple weeks ago, and we were talking about just, what are the other ways that we can operationalize inclusion for LGBTQ students just in that specific community call. And so I wasn't sure if there's an ability to add in certain, whether it be LGBTQ specific questions or anti-racist goals, or, really deep plans around family engagement. I know we heard a little bit about that yesterday, or any other targets that this board might be interested in. I'm just curious, if it sounds like we can modify it, what's the process by which we could maybe ask for more information on those?
Yeah, the clarity and direction underneath the strat plan, I think as we have those conversations and we get direction from from you, the school board, around, the focus areas for that strat plan, and any, updates to it, those things we want to carry through, all 104 schools. And so those are things that we can do and pivot on.
Okay, and I'll be in touch with you and Director Rankin about the specific step-by-step process by which, if we even have the ability to support or modify that, if we wanted to hit certain targets, but I can do that offline. So
yeah, I welcome that. Thank you.
Okay, next we'll move to introduction item number 10. This is renew 3-year contract with Hobson's Naviance for college and career readiness software services and support. This came through the Curriculum and Instruction Policy Committee on September 15th for approval. Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Diane DeBacker, you'll be briefing us.
Thank you, President DeWolf. Today, we are bringing you the request to renew the contract with Naviance for the next 3 years. As a reminder, the board approved Naviance in 2018 as a tool to improve our supports for college and career ready and the high school and beyond plan. As you know, the high school and beyond plan is required by OSPI, and districts across the state had to figure out a system on how they were going to keep track of how students were doing in terms of their college and career ready planning. In a district the size of Seattle Public Schools, we looked for an electronic system to do so. And so in 2018, you approved Naviance. That was done through an RFP process. We've used it since 2018. We are happy with the results, and thus we are asking to renew that contract. Another reminder is that when we first asked for Naviance back in 2018, we had 3 goals. We wanted to make sure that we had a solution for all of our SPS students and families so that they could look at their high school.
Chief DeBacker, you cut out there.
Hello? Director DeWolf?
We can hear you now.
Oh, okay. When was the last time
we can hear you now.
Okay, apologize.
You were just finished. No, it's okay. You were just finishing up.
Okay, great. So we have been pleased with Naviance so far. I will try to make this a little bit quicker so that my internet doesn't go out again. We've been very pleased with what we've seen so far. As you saw on the bar, we did see that the use of Naviance decreased during school closure. It did then increase back up again towards the end of the school year, especially for our senior students as they were looking at their high school and beyond plan. With that, I will stop and entertain any questions.
Thank you, Chief DeBacker. We will start with Director Rankin as our CNI committee chair.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. We've had a few discussions about this in CNI, and I just wanted to, I guess, remind folks that this is a tool that has been available at private schools and other school districts for more years, and something that families wanted. And one of my personal concerns has been, not tracking or locking down students' choices. And what people like about this is that it offers possibilities to students that they might not have thought of, or helps them align interests with potential careers. So, and as another reminder, SPS does allow families to opt out. And I believe that window is open right now.
That is correct.
Thank you, Director Rankin.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Director Hampson.
Thank you. Yeah, I think my only question has to do with when there is an opt-out. And then what evidence do we have that those families are still going to be supported? I think that's probably my only experience with it, is when a family either doesn't understand it, or because a parent isn't used to that format, or has opted out and then need kind of the paper version, the in-person version of that support. are we still equipped and willing to provide that? I guess I'm kind of, is there any kind of disengagement?
Director
on the
Hampson,
standpoint?
this is Chief DeBacker. You cut out on.
Yeah, just in terms of, any downsides with those that opt out and then need more in-person support.
Director Hampson, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can others hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We can hear you both.
Okay, so I think maybe you're cutting out, Diana, and that's why you can't hear me.
Hello, President DeWolf, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, I can, Dr. DeBacker.
Director DeWolf, this is Caleb Perkins. If I could help with any questions, I'm happy to chime in.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, Caleb, I think you should take it.
Okay, so just it's a good question just in terms of numbers for Director Hampson. We've had about 113 students opt out overall, and we provide paper packets, and we even use the distribution sites during the spring to distribute packets so that students would still have access to those lessons. But it is an additional challenge, it's true, to ensure that they have all the access to the high school and beyond planning tools. But for now, we've continued to provide paper-based supports.
Because doesn't it also provide the ability for them to, the connectivity to sending letters and whatnot to colleges and that that kind of thing?
It does. It absolutely does. There are certainly things they don't have access to, and counselors have to kind of go the old route, if you will.
Right. Right. Yeah, I think that was my only concern. Is just that that is still. I don't know how much training we've done so that parents are aware of what this is for people, for example, like myself, that where everything was typed.
Right.
But yeah, to just those kids that might fall through the cracks because they're not utilizing the system is all. I'm just using this opportunity to ask the question. I think I support the program. I think it's a great tool given particularly given the caseload that our counselors have.
Thank you.
This is Chief DeBacker. I am back on with another device. I apologize. Thank you, Caleb, for jumping in.
Yep, Dr. Dan DeBacker, I think you're going to want to mute your phones. It's still acting fishy.
Keep going, President DeWolf. I'll figure it out.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Director Harris.
I remember when we adopted Naviance in 2018, it was quite controversial, and my vote and my support of this program cost me a lot of pushback and grief from folks that had concerns about big data collection. When I look at some of the background information, frankly, I'm not thrilled with what anecdotal information is given here. We talk about Cleveland High School. We don't talk about the high schools generally. I echo Director Hampson's concern about whether or not we have parent training. I echo Director Hampson's concern about our very large ratio of counselors to students. Have we asked the question of counselors, is this helping them meet the needs of our high school students? We talk about increases of use, but we don't talk about what our baseline was when we started. So this feels like a little bit of data cooking to me, cooking the books. And I guess I would like to see a clearer attachment that talks about that. The other issue is when we say we're allowing people to opt out, how are we providing them the information to opt out? Thank you.
Maybe I would just encourage maybe not throwing out some, that's a concerning phrase. I don't believe the district is cooking the books. But Caleb, if you'd like to jump in and answer the question.
That is your personal opinion, and I have the right as a duly elected public official to speak my mind. Thank you, President DeWolf.
President DeWolf, this is Chief DeBacker. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. In response to Director Harris's question, for the counselors, we do know that they have been able to schedule college visits a lot in a more simplified manner by using Naviance. We've had over 400 college visits that were scheduled. We also know that every time a student asks for a transcript to be sent to a post-secondary institution, they're able to send it much quicker because of this system. So those are two benefits right off the top of my head. In terms of how parents can opt out, in the back to school packets, we send information about Naviance, and in those packets, it does include a way that you can opt out. And I know that Caleb did jump in and help answer the question about how many students have opted out. It's relatively few at this point, but we do give that option. It's open every fall. And as of this year, we had only had 11 students opt out.
Thank you. That sounds like Carrie Campbell would also like to share something.
Good evening, Carrie Campbell, Chief of Public Affairs. We also do opt out of SchoolBeat, and then there's a direct robocall to opt out, and then it's on the web and we push out on social. So just to add to what Chief DeBacker has shared.
Thank you. Okay, Director Hersey.
Sorry, I had a notification that keeps getting in the way of my microphone button. Anyway, we have discussed this extensively in committee. I don't have any further questions or comments.
Thank you, Director Mack.
I appreciate the conversation around the opt-out and that provision that families can opt out if they choose to, because the sharing of all this information in one place is a thing that we're doing all over the place with all of our information, and we're kind of getting backed into doing that on social media in all these different ways. But it's understandable if families want to opt out of engaging in a system like that. And your clarification that the high school and beyond planning is still available hard copy wise, as it should be. What I didn't see, and maybe it's in the information, but what I didn't get clarity on trying to scan through the bar was how many of our students actually have their high school and beyond plans created in 11th grade. Are they're supposed to be starting in 8th grade? So do we have the numbers on the students that actually have them completed? Whether or not they're actually engaging in the system is a different question, but how many students at each grade level have their high school and beyond plans made? Is that in this bar, or is that information that we should get from somewhere else?
Director Mack, this is Chief DeBacker. We do not have that information in the bar, but we do have at each grade level, there's a different task that's done. So at 6th grade, it's more about exploring careers, and then 7th grade and 8th grade goes on. So the high school and beyond plan is completed over time. So we, by the end of 12th grade, and as I mentioned in the beginning, that we saw a spike in June of our seniors who had completed that, because that's the end of it. We do and can give you a breakout of the different tasks that are completed per grade level. We do have that information. I think that might be helpful, like for some to see the progression that happens from 6th grade through 12th grade.
I appreciate that, but what I'm actually wanting to ensure is the accountability that students are actually doing that whether or not they're supposed to do them is one thing, but
do we actually have them completing it? Do we have the accountability to ensure that they are actually doing the tasks in every grade level?
Dr. Perkins, did you want to respond?
Yes, in brief, the percentages that Dr. DeBacker is alluding to are about the percentage of students who completed the lesson or lessons for that grade level connected to the high school and beyond plan.
Is it possible to provide the data on a grade level basis for last year?
It is, and we'll note, per Dr. DeBacker's point, there was some drop off in some of our grade levels, so we would propose to share last year as well as the year before, just to give a fuller context.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rivera-Smith.
Thank you. Gosh, yeah, I don't think I have any questions. I know we've talked a lot about this. I'm trying to remember what was left to cover, but I think we're good. No questions or comments.
Okay. Thank you, Director Rivera-Smith. I don't have any questions for you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll move to introduction item number 11. This is amending board policy number 2015, selection and adoption of instructional materials. This came through the Curriculum and Instruction Policy Committee on September 15th, excuse me, for consideration. Senior General Counsel Ronald Boy, you'll be briefing us, and nice to hear from you.
Yes, thank you. So before you today is an amended version of Policy 2015. These amendments were made at the beginning as a result of Resolution 2019-2028, and that was our LGBTQIA+ resolution, which was passed in June. And in that resolution, it indicated that all new instructional materials should include positive representations and significant events, societal contributions of LGBTQIA individuals. So to effectuate that directive in the resolution, I went to the policy and I added a new selection criteria. And the selection criteria in Policy 2015 are a list of standards that every adoption committee has to ensure are met by the instruction materials that they're reviewing, and that when they pass forward their final selection to the instructional materials committee, that they're saying that the instruction materials contain all of the standards of the district, and that is the criteria by which they're able to determine what are the best materials that should be adopted by the board. So a new selection criteria has been added to 2015, which is expanded from the original resolution, and it now indicates include in United States history, social studies, and language arts in instructional materials, and reasonably include in other instructional materials significant events, societal contributions, and or positive representations of American Indian, African American, Latino, Asian American, and LGBTQIA+ individuals and persons with disabilities. And I am very excited about this addition to the criteria. I believe that it's an extremely valuable way to allow students to feel represented in their education. And we know from research and in writings from experts in the field that this is a really valuable way to see academic increases in students that are furthest from educational justice. I believe this can be very valuable, and that is the biggest sort of wow factor of the amendment today. However, when I got into the policy, I realized that there was a need for additional changes, and a lot of those changes were brought to my attention as a result of our Chem B adoption, in which there was some confusion among staff, which slowed down the process of adoption. And I determined that a lot of the confusion was based on the formatting and the sequencing in the policy, which has been changed. And the big thing that I realized was the use of the term of final, the adoption recommendation. The use of the term recommendation repeating from adoption committee to instructional materials committee confused who was really responsible for making the recommendation of adoption. And by law, it's the instruction materials committee that makes the recommendation for adoption, and the school board is responsible for accepting or denying the recommendation. So what I did is I made sure that this new version of the policy indicates that the adoption committee, which is the review committee of instruction materials for a specific adoption, that they make a final selection, that they pass their final selection forward to the IMC. The IMC reviews the process that was undertaken by the adoption committee. They confirm that the process was followed, that the policy was followed, and then they take their final selection, and then the instruction materials committee then forms their own adoption recommendation and passes that forward to the board for approval. So I believe that this change will help staff who are working with an instruction materials adoption to more easily understand the role of each organization, of each group, and that hopefully it'll make further instruction materials adoptions go more smoothly. In addition, I found that in the selection criteria, or the standards that have to be looked for in instruction materials by adoption committees, that in the previous amendment to 2015 in October 2019, that there were two standards that were added that were specificity of the mediums required, consumables, technological requirements, and digital resources, and a second one called cost analysis. And neither one of those things are standards that can be reviewed for when you're reviewing instruction materials. Those are really duties of the adoption committee for what they need to know about the instruction materials, what they need to know about their final selection, and they need to pass that information along to the IMC so that information can then go along to the board. So what I did is I took out those non-criteria and I added them to a lower paragraph where it indicates the process for the adoption committee for what they do when they submit their final selection to the IMC. It indicates that not only do they indicate their final selection to the IMC, but they also detail with the IMC the specificity of the mediums of those instruction materials and a complete cost analysis, so that information is not being removed from the policy and it is staying as a duty of the adoption committee, but it's just placing it in the proper place. And then last, the last big change to the policy is the addition of additional language from RCW 28A 320230, and that is the law that that controls the adoption of instruction materials for public schools in Washington State. And the law indicates that districts may, within limitations in board policy, use an experiment with instructional materials for a period of time before a general adoption is formalized. And it also indicates that within the limitations of board policy, a school district's chief administrator may purchase instructional materials to meet deviant needs or rapidly changing circumstances. And what we know from past adoptions and also a recent experience with the pandemic is that I know that in previous adoptions, we've had numerous times where people have questioned our legal ability to do field testing or do piloting prior to an adoption of instruction materials. And we know that the law allows that. It specifically says that that is allowed. So I felt it was important to insert it into the policy to just avoid any questions as to our practice. And then second, the second portion of that law, where the district's chief administrator may purchase for deviant needs or rapidly changing circumstances. We know that during our preparation for remote learning, that we found that our ELA materials were insufficient for the remote learning, and we had to, because of rapidly changing circumstances, we had to very quickly pivot and try to find instruction materials that could work for remote learning. And the addition of this portion of the law confirms that that is something that we're able to do, subject to those conditions. So the rest of the policy changes and the amendments are primarily formatting issues and changing the sequencing just to make sure that everything flows from the way that it actually occurs. So I would say that although the track changes version appears to be very red, in reality, I would say that a big portion of that is really just paragraphs shifting from one page to another, but the content is remaining the same. So I've taken a lot of time, and I will answer any questions that anyone may have.
Wow, Ronald, thank you so much. That was incredibly thorough. Truly, I appreciate you going through that with us, because I know that this is a policy that often has a lot of attention and eyes on it. And if I could just, point of personal privilege, thank you to Directors Mack and yourself for all of the support with the LGBTQI plus resolution and continued collaboration on this policy. I was really excited to see that we could kind of transfer a resolution into policy, and it's really cool to see that here. And I think it's a wonderful addition. So Director Rankin, I'll have start with as our Curriculum Instruction Policy Committee Chair.
I do not have any questions or comments to add. We had a good conversation in committee, and Mr. Boy was just very illustrative of what we're talking about today.
Thank you. Director Hampson.
I don't think I have any questions. The questions that I would have, I believe, pertain not to this particular bar, which I support, but to prospective other changes in 2015. And so therefore, I'm going to leave that for another time. But I really appreciate what you've brought forward today and the clarity of it. Yeah, so I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Harris.
Hugely appreciate the hard work that's gone into this. Appreciate watching a resolution turn into policy and implementation. But I guess part of my continuing frustration, as is, I believe, shared with everyone, policies are lovely, but implementation is critical. And I'm looking for implementation of ethnic studies. I'm looking for implementation of Black studies, and still waiting. And I think that it needs to be elevated and focused and implemented. Thank you.
Director Hersey.
We discussed this extensively in ops. No further questions from me.
Thank you. Director Mack.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, it was a CNI, not ops, because I was, but I've had a number of conversations with Mr. Boy about this previously. We had long conversations around the science adoption, around some of the challenges, and it sounds like Mr. Boy has been thorough in responding to those, as well as integrating the new. Sorry.
I'm so sorry, Mac. I meant we worked on 6900, and Reagan and I worked on 2015. I apologize for the confusion. Getting late.
It's all good. It's all good. It sounds to me like Mr. Boy has done a thorough job of helping to clarify some of the challenges that were in 2015 that were identified through a number of different processes recently, not the least of which would have been the science adoption. And my question, I don't think is for him, is more maybe for Ms. DeBacker, related to the authority of educators to alter and utilize a different teaching strategy. There was something that came up today on posted on one of the middle school sites from a parent who's written to the principal stating that the 8th grade Spanish teacher is teaching Spanish using gender neutrality and questioning that. And this person states that they're a native Spanish speaker and is concerned about this change in process. So I guess I'm kind of curious about, in the context of 2015 and our approval of courses and instructional materials, what's the feedback loop for whether or not instructors are using the approved thing or dramatically altering curriculum? I guess the question is, with this parent's complaint around the Spanish language being taught very differently than the materials that are provided, what's the remedy for responding to that concern? Or if a school is not using an instructional material that has been adopted.
And does Dr. DeBacker want to take that, or? Quickly, please.
Director DeWolf,
I know it's out of left field because it's something that just I saw today, but it's related to the,
That's fair. Maybe
policy
Director Mack, if we could pull that offline, just because it's not technically about this policy discussion.
I think my question is whether or not in 2015 the adoption process, does it have the accountability internal in the process for having our staff utilize that? That's in there, right? There's a waiver process. That provision is still in there.
I guess I could speak to that a little bit. The policy specifically states that adopted instructional materials must be used by teachers. But we, at the same time, I believe you have to remember that teachers do have the, and I can't remember the exact language from the CBA, but the instructional freedom to teach in the way that's consistent with their their education and training. That I don't believe that we dictate every portion of how they roll out or use the instructional materials, but they should do it consistently with they should use them, and that they should subject to the freedom that they do have within their CBA as a professional.
And Directors DeWolf and Mack, this is Caleb. I'll just share quickly that I know Dr. DeBacker is trying to chime in and can't be heard, but to add quickly to Ronald's point, there is definitely CEI is actively working to ensure that recent adoptions are in fact followed, and there is that waiver process that helps us to ensure that we do have follow through on that. And then we're also, in terms of supplemental materials, we're also working with a number of folks to try to develop anti-bias tools to help recognize things that should not be taught. So that's an initial response.
I appreciate that. We can
I didn't mean to
later. Thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you,
I appreciate all that. We can move on. Yeah.
Thank you. And Caleb, I didn't mean for you to quickly answer it. I just meant like somebody please identify themselves. Next, we'll move to introduction item number 12. This is.
I did not get to speak. This is Director
I'm
Smith.
so sorry, Director Vera-Smith. I'm just over here going through screens. Yes, please, Director Vera-Smith.
I'll try to make as quick as I can. One thing I would appreciate, Ronald, if you could attach RCW. I lost the number here. RCW 28A. 0.30.230 to the bar, just so that we can have that as a reference in there.
Yes, I'd be happy to.
Yeah. Okay. And then I won't, because I hate to pass it over, but we did speak at the meeting, the committee meeting regarding the use of Latino in this policy, and I did say how I think there should be a bigger discussion on because you had said something about maybe moving it to Latinx, and I know that's a wider, bigger topic that we're gonna have now, and I don't think we have the energy to talk about that. But I will be exploring that. I have a one-on-one with Dr. Scarlett next week. I think I might introduce that topic with her and talk about just going forward how we want to approach the terms there.
Thank you, Director Vera-Smith. That's really great. And please share what you hear back from that conversation with the board. I would love to hear how that goes.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll start with you in the next round of questions because I made that mistake. So now we'll move to introduction item number 12. This is resolution number 2020/21-7, requesting a waiver from the 180-day school year requirement for remote learning professional development. This came to the Curriculum and Instruction Committee on September 15th for approval. Mr. Boy, I know you'll be briefing us again, and I just want to do a time check for directors at 7:25. We're on item number 12, and we have 16 to go. So, Mr. Boy, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. This is a resolution that is part of the requirement for a special waiver application that was put forth by OSPI for this year only in response to remote learning and the need for our instructional staff to receive professional development for remote learning. And as you know, this year we offered our instructional staff 6 full days of professional development. 2 of those days occurred on what would have been school days. And this application to OSPI allows us to get a waiver of those 2 school days, so we are still receive full 180 days worth of state funding for the work of our schools. And as part of the waiver application that OSPI put out, they required that a resolution accompany it, and it's approved by the school board of the district. And this is the resolution for that application. We have actually already submitted the application to OSPI, and we have received a provisional acceptance on the basis that they will receive the resolution by October 30th. So long as this is approved by the board, we will submit it after the next board meeting. And we would expect to get, if we do that, we would expect to get for full approval of the waiver from OSPI. So any questions?
Thank you. We'll start with Director Rankin as our CNI Policy Committee Chair.
No questions or comments. Pretty straightforward, I think.
Thank you. Director Vera-Smith.
Nope, we already approved the superintendent asking for it. I think we're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mack.
Yeah, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hersey.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you, Director Hampson.
No questions, thank you.
All right, and I have none for you as well, Mr. Boyd. Thank you so much. Next, we'll be moving to introduction item number 13, approval to name the Daniel Bagley Elementary School primary wing, south first floor, in honor of Mrs. Barbara Stone. This came through the Operations Committee on September 10th for approval. Chief Operations Officer Fred Podesta, take it away.
Thank you. As the board is aware, the BTA or the BEX 4 levy included a project to modernize and do major additions to Bagley Elementary, and the project was completed late this summer and has resulted in a beautiful modern building, landmark building, and an addition of a gym and a classroom addition. And the school community sees this as a great opportunity to honor a longtime teacher, Barbara Stone, a kindergarten teacher who taught at Bagley for 48 years. And Principal Carla Holmes has done a great job of following Board Procedure 6970 to garner feedback and support from students, staff, and community. And we're here to introduce the name change to name the primary wing after Ms. Barbara Stone. And I note that Principal Holmes has joined us today, and so I'll invite her if she'd like to make any additional comments of this great opportunity we have to honor one of our teachers and really be a capstone to a great career and a great project.
Thank you, Fred.
Thank you. So this is Carla Holmes, principal at Daniel Bagley. Again, during this pandemic, to have something like this to celebrate and honor someone who's been so dedicated. It really started during the school design process. Several community members came up with that idea. And then we've been able to engage our BLT, our building leadership team. During the pandemic, we couldn't have an in-person community meeting, so we used a community message board that several community members helped me facilitate online. And we received many letters of support from students, families, and community members, and it was something to celebrate.
Thank you so much. We'll start with Operations Committee Chairperson, Director Mack.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and the support and the robust engagement and support for this. It sounds like the community's in support. We had a robust discussion around this at Ops, and I actually don't have anything further to add. Happy to support this effort.
Thank you. Director Hampson.
Hi, yeah, thank you. It sounds like a great, as you said, a great kind of ending point to a good project. I just had one question that was about the racial equity analysis. Can you talk about why that wasn't completed?
We just didn't find that during our BLT process that we needed to engage in that process. But I'm happy to talk more about it if that's a question that you have.
Well, I mean, I think anytime the naming of things and, you know, who we honor and is always one that we want to make sure is not going to reflects positively on the impact that individual has, but also doesn't harm any other community members in the process, particularly those that might be on the other side of any kind of racial divide that might have existed in prior years, if not current. And so I just think it's really important to have done that research or that background so that we don't have any surprises. And so that's why I asked that question and, with respect to her contributions. I should say with full respect of her contributions, that we, want to be conscientious as well.
Thank you. Director Harris.
Thank you very much. It was unclear to me whether Ms. Stone is still with us, and if we pass this, what we intend to do in that honor and the plaque and rolling this out. Obviously, we're not going to be in person necessarily, but I have questions about that. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Stone is still with us, and we hope to do some sort of virtual celebration as similar to what we did with our ribbon cutting ceremony, given the pandemic situation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hersey.
Just really thankful for the work that's gone into this. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Director Mack.
I already talked. Next one.
I'm so sorry, Director Rankin.
No, just echo the sentiment that it's nice to have something positive and something to celebrate, even though we can't all be together in person.
Thank you. Director Rayvetta Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Podesta, for the tiny edit. There was one just number digit was wrong in one of the bar references. So you got that. Thank you. I'm just very excited about this one. As Director of Daniel Bagley, I'm excited to celebrate with them this naming. No further questions.
Thank you. And I don't have any questions at this time. Thanks for bringing this forward. Next item is introduction item number 14. BEX 5 award State Master Contract number 05416 classroom lock security upgrades for the Secure Lockdown Project. This came to the Operations Committee on September 10th for approval. Chief Podesta, you'll be briefing us on this item.
Yes, this action authorizes a contract to buy lock hardware for classroom security measures as part of assessments that have gone on through the years and were developed as part of the BEX 5 levy. It was decided that security improvements at schools that allowed individual classrooms, teachers to control access to individual classrooms are important in potential security incidents in school buildings. This uses an interlocal cooperative purchasing agreement to allow us to have access to lock hardware over the course of a 5-year contract. We had a in-depth discussion at the Operations Committee about the timing of this work. While the contract will give us access to parts and equipment over 5 years, facility operations will work to accelerate the work as much as possible, which is relatively easy to do with actual lock hardware. This does involve working on 9,000 doors across the district, some of which need to be milled, and significant work needs to be done on the door. So those may take a bit longer, but just to address questions that Operations Committee members had, we will front load as much of this work as possible to make as many improvements as doable in the early years of this work. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, well, we'll start with Director Mack, Operations Committee Chair.
Yeah, I just appreciate, we did have a robust conversation around the timing of things, and I noticed that the bar was actually updated and changed from what we saw at ops. Kind of, it feels like it's reflecting that. The just for clarification, this is the contract for purchasing the actual locks, and the work is done by our own facilities, and there's certain expertise that's required to get it done.
But in this environment, you are actively, looking at whether or not it's good timing to try to accelerate that work at this point. And do we have an estimation of what that might look like? I mean, because the idea of not getting it all done for another 5 years was concerning to me.
That planning hasn't been completed just yet, but because we also this work involves locksmiths, obviously, but also our carpentry staff who have been very busy preparing parts of our buildings at the start of school. So we will get to resequencing and planning this project earlier in October, but it seems, again, there may be some things that lag a few years, but in the case of just lock hardware and not a lot of structural changes or milling changes that need to be done to doors, we will get most of this done within the first couple of years, more than likely.
Excellent, thank you. That's all. I'm very supportive of making our buildings more secure and meeting the voters' expectation of the commitments made in BEX 5. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Hampson.
I hate that I have a lot of questions, but I'll try to take some of them offline if possible, so we can maybe decide which ones after I ask them. But so the first question is, a 5-year contract seems like an awfully long term.
Again, we're using a cooperative agreement, interlocal cooperative agreement. So, we have many, again, for parts of availability. This is, we're doing the work with our own labor. So I think we typically renew, a lot of our parts and maintenance contracts around this period, but we can check into and we did, since we are trying to address issues for 9,000 doors, we wanted to take advantage of the volume pricing of a large buy, and that's how the procurement was made. And again, thinking that it might take that long to get to the very last door, so we wanted to have availability for that period. But it's really a quantity of equipment that we're buying, more so than a period.
So, the price is fixed as a result?
There's a price list. I mean, we have different equipment for different types of classrooms.
In prices?
We're trying to lock in prices based on the volume of work that will be done over a period of years, and want to have the contract in place for the end of it. And as we discussed at the operations committee, we will try to accelerate the work, but we want to have the contract in force for as long as this work might take.
So, for example, this involves steel? What is the kind of price fluctuation on this? That's my concern, is that it's such a long period of time with something like steel, where we have lots of tariffs right now. I don't know, what would this look like in 3 years? Couldn't prices be significantly different in 3 years? I don't know where these are coming from. Yeah, I can ask some of these questions around the pricing and the term offline, but particularly as a board director that's elected to a 4-year term, and this extends beyond that, I start to have some concerns about obligating future boards. This is beyond any one board member's term already, and that feels really inappropriate. And I'm not even sure if we have any policies around that. We may not, but have some concerns about that. So I can check with legal about that as well. The other concern that I have is this is a massive amount of money with respect to the money in the levy is for security
Yes,
broadly.
I think this was identified as a specific improvement as part of those security improvements.
Within the general language of the levy, or
yes, no, I think it was fairly specific in terms of improve classroom security at that level. That was seen as a big gap, that classroom doors could not be, could only be locked and unlocked with a key.
Right. Okay, so I just have to go on record as saying that in general, these are the kinds of really high cost. I mean, I realize it's over 5 years, hoping to be, but this is a pretty decent dollar amount for something that is as likely to happen as lightning striking. This is some expensive insurance if I really want to break it down. So I'll leave it at that for now, but I'm struggling to support this right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Harris.
Thank you very much for this. I am in favor of increased security measures because we've heard about tragedies all over the country, and one hopes that it never visits us. My question to you, Chief Podesta, is do we now have front doors that are locked and intercom systems in all 104 of our schools?
We do not. We have a few. We have been installing more. I can't give you specific numbers. We have in most schools, but there are still some of the AI phone technology still to install.
Could you update the board, and could the minutes please reflect this as an action item of which schools are still remaining to have front door security intercom? And I'd like to see that done before we do the classrooms, please. This is an issue that has been of highest priority for a number of years.
Will do.
Thank you, sir.
Director Hersey.
Yeah, we've discussed this extensively in ops, and in the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and pass.
Thank you. Director Rankin.
Sorry, finding the right window. Yeah, we did discuss this quite a bit in ops, and the contract itself and the I understand why the dollar amount is the way it is, and why it's why it takes a while to roll out something over the course of several years. My real outstanding question is, do we need these at all? Because they are to lock classrooms from the inside in highly unlikely, unlikely scenario. And yes, of course, if the scenario were to occur, we would want them, but to go across every single door, every single classroom door in the whole district at the cost of $2.5 million, I just wonder if that's the most effective use of $2.5 million. And just to will echo also support for Director Harris's comments that, the secure front doors and intercom system seems a higher priority.
Thank you. Director Rivetta Smith.
Yeah, thank you. I actually missed this conversation on ops, so I have no questions or comments to add. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Director Hampson's hand up.
Oh, I just wanted to point out that the chance of any school shooting happening at all is 1 in 614 million. Just for some data, what we're about to spend $2.5 million on to prevent.
Well, we're not acting today, but yes. I don't have any questions for you. Thank you. The next item on our list is introduction item number 15. This is BTA 4, award contract P1766 to perform seismic analysis services for the seismic building assessment. This came to the Operations Committee on September 10th for approval. Chief Podesta, you'll be briefing us.
Yes, this again is a contract approval to begin continued seismic assessments funded by BTA 4. We are continuing to look at unreinforced masonry and concrete buildings and make assessments in also planning ahead for potential code changes being studied by the City of Seattle that would affect our future construction. So as we continue to plan and maintain buildings, we are continuing to conduct further assessments of the seismic readiness of our buildings of various construction types. And this just allows us to continue this work.
Thank you, Chief Podesta. All right, Director Mack, we'll start with you, our Operations Committee Chair.
Yeah, the commitment to do the seismic upgrades for buildings and make them safe for students in the event of an earthquake has been a long-standing commitment. And this, I understand that this is also tied to some potential city codes that might be shifting, and we may be required to do things that we weren't previously required. And so this study and this information would be both helpful for the development of our next levy and or be responsive to the city's code changes. So it's incredibly important that we do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start backwards with Director Vetter-Smith first.
Well, thank you. I wish I had questions or comments. I don't. Thank you.
Okay, Director Rankin.
Nope, just echoing Director Mack. This is an important thing to do, and yeah, no questions.
Thank you. Director Hersey. Okay, we'll move to Director Harris.
Yes, couple of questions for Chief Podesta, please. So this is not strengthening any of the buildings. It's a survey. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Didn't the Meng report already address these things?
We have had in our condition assessments, there is a certain amount of work spent on seismic, but there are over time, there are code changes either made or considered that we want to be able to respond to, be responsive and compliant, but also to give regulators feedback on code changes that they're considering, and that the state of the art is also changing in construction methodologies and different types of construction that we have given our building stock. So this is a deeper dive and asking some new questions that frankly we're all getting smarter about as time has passed.
Okay, and how did we identify the 15 buildings out of our 104 to apply this to? Because frankly, when you start talking about engineering and design and that sort of thing, $211,000 doesn't seem like that much. How do we get there from here?
I think we are really looking at particular construction types with concrete buildings, because we had in the past I tended to focus more on reinforced masonry, and I think we have particular questions about some kind of mid-century construction that we want to take a deeper dive into. So as you noted, we've done condition assessments as part of building levies, as part of state requirements, and each of those gives us data, but also delivers a set of questions that invite further analysis, and that's what this work is. Things that are
when we do this, are we going to be done with seismic analysis for the time being for all 104 schools, or are you coming back to us next year and piecemeal?
As the city and other entities consider code changes, we may need to understand those a bit better. You know, our first pass of this has been really immediate life safety. As you've seen some of these reports in the past, they're kind of tiered as will the building survive? You know, how survivable is it for occupants? I think we're getting more into, you know, how can our construction and our major maintenance work reduce our financial risk, you know, beyond will people live through it? Can we reduce damage to the building depending on what we do going forward as new construction methodologies are available and new remediation are available? So I'm not sure we'll ever say, okay, we're done. We're never going to think about this again. But you know, we've taken a lot of the big chunks of risk out of the system.
Okay, I guess my concern is that, frankly, I thought that we had already done this. And if we still have a ways to go, this board needs to know that for future planning. And with all due respect, it's about the occupant safety for me, not the building. And when you look at past earthquakes in Mexico, in China, and in other places, it's our duty to make sure they're safe. And if they're not now, we need to know that. Thank you.
Director Hampson.
Yeah, so unlike the prior bar, we do actually have significant risk with respect to seismic activity, and I appreciate all the efforts. And I realize $2.5 million is really not much compared to the cost of doing seismic upgrades, but to the extent that anything that we can do to improve the pace at which we're completing seismic analysis and upgrades to make sure that our schools are in fact as safe as they can be in the event of an earthquake, we all data points to us being at relatively high risk for an event that would be potentially life-threatening to students in our buildings. So I support this and encourage us to move forward on any seismic work as expediently as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Hampson. Chief Podesta, I don't have any questions, but I do just want to echo Director Hampson's comments. So thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to introduction item number 16. This is BEX 5, approval of the site-specific educational specifications for Kimball Elementary School replacement project. This came to the Operations Committee on September 10th for approval. Chief Podesta, you'll be briefing us, and then I'll begin with Director Mack.
The educational specification is a document that really describes the program needs for a building, and it's a process we undertake for any building replacement, and is also a required step to get funding assistance from the state. So the project team has worked extensively with our curriculum and instruction staff and staff at Kimball Elementary to develop this specification for at a high level. What the program needs will be at the new Kimball Elementary School in terms of square footage for program space and classrooms, and it's not a design. Again, it's a kind of an inventory of what the new building will be like. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay, Director Mack.
Apologies. Apologies. We had a pretty robust discussion. This has also been reviewed by the BEX ETA Oversight Committee, and we, I believe, at OPS, we saw the full presentation of the building plans, et cetera. So I don't have any questions at this time. Look to my directors for any questions.
Thank you. Okay, Director Hampson.
No questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Harris.
No questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Hersey.
None from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rankin.
I'm good.
Thank you. Director Yvetta Smith.
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just have one question, Chief Podesta. I noticed that the site-specific educational specifications document was done on March 3rd, 2020. This would have been before the LGBTQI+ resolution that we passed, requiring all new buildings to provide or to include at least one multi-stall gender-neutral restroom. Is this and for future post LGBTQ resolution, is this where we would see that information reflected? Particularly, I see that there's a space here where it talks about how much toilet space is part of the process.
Yes, going forward, that as again, this is more of an inventory than a design, but that should be the place where we make sure we include that information.
Okay, thank you.
So, Director DeWolf?
Introduction. Yes, Director Harris.
So, given the overlap in COVID, is Chief Podesta saying there is going to be a gender-neutral restroom or not? Clarity here, please.
Yes, I expect there will be, as we move from site from ed spec to design, given the direction we've gotten from the board.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for the clarification, Director Harris. The next item is item number 17. This is BEX 5, approval of the site-specific educational specifications for Northgate Elementary School replacement project. This came through the Operations Committee on September 10th for approval. Chief Podesta, over to you.
And again, this is the same exercise for a different school replacement project, Northgate Elementary, and produces the same exact conceptually document an educational specification for the new building, just as we discussed with Kimball.
Okay, thank you. And Director Mack, kick us off as our Operations Committee Chair.
Nothing else to add. We had conversation around this, have had the same review in various places, and if directors have any specific questions. I would assume that the answer in relation to your question about gender neutral bathrooms would be applied here as well.
Yes, yeah, that would apply. Okay, so Director Hampson.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Director Harris.
None for me, thanks.
Thank you, Director Hersey.
None from me, thank you.
Thank you, Director Mack. Oh, Director Rankin.
No questions, just to say again how much I have enjoyed and appreciated the collaboration between community and architecture in the development of this project.
Thank you. Okay, Director Yvetta Smith.
No questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you, and none for me as well. All right, next item is item number 18. This is BEX 5, approval of the value engineering report for the Northgate Elementary School project. This came to the Operations Committee on September 10th for approval. Chief Podesta, over to you. I feel like we're on a TV show here. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, the not the most interesting TV show on the air right now. The value engineering report is a report that's conducted by an independent engineer to go over our designs and plans on projects and develop a set of proposals that could either lower our construction costs or perhaps operating costs, that is then reviewed by it's required as a step in getting state funding for projects. It's a good practice anyway in some projects. And they produce a report that the project team looks to see if the suggestion would be consistent with the educational specs we've talked about or other program goals, or if to see if the savings would be realized. In this case, there were 43 recommendations made, and the team adopted 17 of them, feeling that they were consistent with the project and would realize the benefits without compromising our program goals. And the report is approved by the board, again, as part of our state funding process. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Fred. Okay, Director Mack, kick us off.
Nothing to add. This is part of the process, and they're very thorough in the work that they do, and it is all there in the bar.
Okay, thank you. Director Hampson.
No questions.
Okay, Director Harris.
Excuse me. A clarification. Chief Podesta, this is kind of our touchstone to get a second opinion and input. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when they reject recommendations, what's the next process there?
You know, that ultimately is decided by the project team. That, you know, it's not elevated to another level. They, you know, assess each of the recommendations and really decide if it's going to lead to comfort issues or amenity issues or operational issues in the building, and you know, ultimately technical staff, you know, engineers and architects and our own staff that work on this call balls and strikes as part of the project.
Okay, so
and we do review. And as Director Mack has mentioned, the team on occasion also consults with the BEX BTA Oversight Committee too.
Okay, but if the team comes in and they make approvals, and as in this case, they rejected some of our suggestions, and they rejected some of the suggestions, does it come back to us? Does the state ever ask this question? Or is there another loop of approval? I guess is what I'm asking. And also for public accountability, transparency issues, I think even though it's been discussed ad nauseum on so many projects, I think it's good for clarity to explain to the public and the taxpayers how we're watching the dollars, because in the distant past, we've had no end of scandal.
You know, being a public levy, we do have an oversight committee. We do also a commissioning and closeout of our work at the end of projects to make sure that, you know, everything is working as designed. We, you know, do ask that public on a regular basis every few years, and to fund our projects. And we describe how we've delivered on all those promises, and how we've used the public's money to build this program. The state does not ask for another level of review. They review the report themselves, and if they have questions about it, but ultimately the decisions are made, are in the hands of the district as the steward of these funds, and as the steward of the projects and the facilities.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hersey.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rankin.
No questions.
Director Rivera-Smith.
Thank you. I'm actually really intrigued by this, and I'm wondering. So, who is this? Is the study was undertaken by a team of professional architects, engineers, and cost estimators. Who are these people? Where do we find them?
We go out to bid, just like we do for other projects, and hire. Again, it is, as Director Harris alluded, it is generally a second opinion, and what we're specifically asking them for is mostly in the construction side. Is there any less expensive way to build and construct particular program elements, and the same kind of people that would build projects themselves. And understandably, going into this, that's what they're looking for, and there's an element of risk in anything. And this is not the appropriate way to think about this, but in some respects, we are asking folks to look at our projects and say, are there any corners we could cut to try to make this less expensive? And so that's why the team looks at, and people come up with suggestions that, well, you could try this. And that's why they're looked at very carefully about, is this a good idea? Because there is probably always a less expensive way to do anything. And you have to decide. And I certainly in the past have seen the outcome of deciding wrong and using one of those cheaper methods and then living with the results. So that's why on all these reports, which we do fairly regularly, as we have a lot of state funding in our projects, we tend to accept, something less than half on average, because, we're asking people to think creatively, and not each idea is going to be deemed as a cost-effective way. But that's the question we're asking. Is there any other way? And there are. Are they ultimately, over the life of the building, a good idea is usually where we decide not. When we reject an idea, that's usually why. So it might be expedient and less expensive on the front end, but it will cost you over the long haul. And we are trying to build at least 50-year buildings typically.
So who rejects? I see. Who's is it the project team that goes through?
The project team evaluates each one. The architects and engineers we've hired to design our projects, and they as in this case, they take some and they reject some, and also our project, extended project team, because we have to operate and maintain the buildings as well. We're not constructing them for somebody else.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have no questions for you at this time, Fred. Thank you. We'll now move to introduction item number 19. This is introduction item 19. We are at about 8:11. We have just about 10 more here. This is item number 19. Distress School Grant Award Architectural and Engineering Contract P1692 to Studio Meng Stratzara Architecture for the Madison Middle School 8 Classroom Addition Project. This came to the Operations Committee on September 10th. for approval. Chief Podesta, over to you.
And again, yes, we're doing a classroom addition at Madison Middle School, and this contract will support the design of that classroom addition.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Fred.
I have no
apologize.
additional, thank you, Mr. Podesta. I have no additional information. We had a conversation in ops and recommended for approval. Look forward to any director's questions.
Thank you. Director Hampson, would you like to share any questions or comments on this item?
No, I was looking forward to hearing you pronounce Mengstatsada.
Oh, shoot.
I don't know if that's how you're supposed to say it, the architecture firm. No, I don't have any particular, since I'm spending the time to talk about the architecture firm, we have a list of, we pick from, you can be on a list for architecture firms for this kind of thing. This is a firm that does a pretty wide range of projects.
Yes, we have a variety of procurement methods to get architects and engineers under contract to us, but typically through a request for proposals.
Okay, so they're coming to us. We're not, I mean, this is something we can look at as part of our procurement policy. Do you have any, my understanding last time I looked is that some of those lists haven't been updated in a long time in terms of any go-to women, minority owned business opportunities to make sure that they get access.
Yes, we'd be happy to share information with you about our roster of architects and engineers.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Director Harris.
Appreciate my colleague's question. You talked about providing a roster. You didn't talk about what efforts we're making for women, minority entities. And in the past, our outreach efforts have been fairly weak. Well, we go to Tabor 1000. What else are we doing? And again, if you could put that in a Friday memo, much appreciated. Thank you.
Happy to do that.
I just want to say too, I think Tabor 100 does a really great job, and I think they do connect with a lot of incredible businesses and organizations. Director Hersey.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Director Mack. Oh, excuse me, Director Rankin.
No questions.
Director Rivetta Smith.
No questions, thank you.
None for me as well. Thank you, Chief Podesta. We'll come right back to you in a moment. I'm going to introduce item number 20, BEX 5, BEX 4, award architectural and engineering contract K1386 to Roluda Architects, Inc. for the North Beach Elementary School heating, ventilating, exterior door, and seismic improvement project. This came to the Operations Committee on September 10th for approval. Chief Podesta, to you.
As part of BEX 5 and BEX 4, we're making HVAC improvements, exterior door improvements, and as we talked earlier, some seismic improvements at North Beach Elementary. And again, through a selection process, we've chosen Roluda Architects to do the design work associated with this work, and this action would authorize a contract with them.
Director Mack.
Nothing else to add at this time. It was recommended for approval, important work that needs to continue moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Hampson.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Director Harris.
None, thanks.
Thank you. Director Hersey.
None for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rankin.
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Director Rivetta Smith.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I have none for you on this item, Fred. But I challenge directors, if you're sitting while I read this, to take a stretch break. I know we've been sitting for a while. Introduction item number 21 now. This is BEX 5, award contract P5152 for general contractor / construction manager, GCCM, to Cornerstone General Contractors, Inc. for the Van Asselt School Addition project. This came through OPS on September 10th for approval. Chief Podesta.
We are building a 30 classroom addition at Van Asselt School, and it's a complex project given that there is a 1950 era building and an old 1909 building, and that some of that will be occupied as an interim site during construction. So we're doing an alternative public works process and want to award a contract to Cornerstone to be our general contractor and construction manager, which that project delivery method allows us to handle more complex projects and get the design and other elements on board earlier in the bid, in the project planning and construction. And this action will allow us to get that GCCM on board and authorize their contract.
Okay, thank you. Director Mack.
Yeah, I'll also add that the this project and the plans were presented at the BEX BTA Oversight Committee last week, I think. This is important to move forward in order to get that project moving so that we have the interim site that's needed going forward and can meet the needs of our students.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with Director Rader-Smith this time.
I have no questions or comments right now, thank you.
Okay, Director Rankin.
Nothing from me, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Director Hersey.
None for me, thank you.
Thank you. Director Harris.
So because we just passed the Student Community Workforce Agreement, then this will mean that that will be applied to this $27 million contract. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, it will be applied as the bid packages are prepared to support this work.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you.
Yeah, that's music to my ears. Great question, Director Harris. Director Hampson.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Director Harris stole mine, so thank you. We'll move to item number 22. This is BEX 4, approval of budget transfer from the BEX 4 project program contingency for the synthetic turf playfield improvements at Hazel Wolf K8 at Pinehurst School project. This came to the Operations Committee on September 10th for approval. Chief Podesta, right back to you.
Again, this allows us to use program contingency to replace the natural turf that was installed in the playfield at Hazel Wolf K-8 when the building was open. As always, there's a preference wherever possible to use natural turf, and so that was attempted. But given the use of the field and the the amount of space for the number of students who use the playfield, it hasn't worn well, and it's left. We're not able to sustain natural turf. It leaves a kind of unsafe, muddy environment, and we need to go back and replace it with artificial turf, synthetic field, because that will survive where our attempted natural turf did not.
Okay, Director Mack.
I just want to add that we had the opportunity, because of the another item that was on the agenda, to hear from a parent that was of this school that was super excited to hear that this is happening because it's a kind of dangerous mud pit at this point, and that this will be helpful for the students going forward. So looking forward to having this move forward.
Thank you. And we'll start with Director Yvetta Smith.
I actually have one little question here. Is that the official name of Hazel Wolf, K8 at Pinehurst? Or was this because it used to be connected?
The building is called Pinehurst. It still is Pinehurst, the actual building. And the school is Hazel Wolf at K8.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Okay, next we'll move to Director Rankin.
Just to piggyback on what Director Mack said, since this is a school in my district, I'm always kind of bummed when we lose real turf, but the lot size of this space and the tremendous amount of use that it gets, yeah, as Director Mack said, it is a mud pit. So this will be a much needed upgrade.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, Director Hersey.
No further questions from me.
Okay, thank you. Director Harris.
Want to clarify that this school district no longer uses plum rubber turf. Is that correct, Chief Podesta?
That is correct. And this project will adhere to that standard.
And is that a matter of policy or is that a matter of precedent from 4.5 years ago? And does it need to be policy?
I think it's best practice that we do. I'm not sure that there'll never be something better than Cork, so I'm not sure it needs to be policy. But it's certainly our current building standard, which we revise from time to time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hampson.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll move to item number 23. And before we move to item 23, Mr. Podesta, can we actually bundle items 24 through 28? And Director Mack, would you be comfortable with bundling 24 through 28, their final acceptances?
I believe we can.
Yes, we can do that for on introduction for final acceptances, not of course for action when they come up, but for intro, as long as they're final acceptances, they can be presented together.
Okay.
I'm cool with that, and I'm also okay with recommending potentially that they, even though I like the celebratory aspect of final acceptance, I don't mind them being moved to the consent agenda.
Consent. Okay. Thank you, Director Mack. Okay, we'll move to introduction item number 23. I know I've personally been looking forward to this one as the director representing Lowell Elementary, and this is BEX 4, approval to utilize funds from BEX 4 program placement to fund a school-based health center project at Lowell Elementary School. Chief Podesta, I believe you'll be providing this final brief.
Yes, program placement funds are fairly flexible in our levies to address program needs as they arise. The school community and school leaders have secured a distressed school grant to assist with the construction of school-based health center at Lowell Elementary. You've heard some testimony this evening about what a benefit this will be to the community. This allows us to use those flexible capital dollars to augment that funding and construct the health center at the school.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Mack.
Yeah, I was excited to hear from the various partners that help to advocate and pull together different pieces to bring this to fruition. It's an important, needed service, particularly at this school. and appreciate being able to find the funds to support the capital side. So thank you. And look if anyone has any questions.
Okay, Director Rivera Smith.
I don't have questions. I appreciate the public testimony who came out and to share their gratitude for this. And it sounds like well needed and will well serve the community there. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rankin.
Nope, same thanks to folks who took the time to come and be part of public testimony, and also in committee we heard from community members and supporters and the school principal. So really excited that this can happen for them.
Thank you, Director Hersey.
Nope, no questions from me. Thank you.
Okay, Director Harris.
Yeah, I'm thrilled about this, especially for this very high need school. And I wonder if we could amend the bar to show the percentages of folks helping us and to emphasize the collaborative nature of these different organizations and us coming together.
Sure, I will take that back to the project team.
Appreciate, thank you.
Thank you, Director Hampson.
Yeah, fantastic. High needs. Really glad to see this happening. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Hampson. And I just want to say how excited I am to finally see this come forward. I've certainly been talking about it in community a long time. I was really grateful that they asked me to write a letter of support last year to Kaiser, and so excited to see this. And I just want to, give big ups and congratulations to all the folks, the community, the grassroots, the parents, the administrators in this. And it's going to be such a huge benefit to this community. So thank you. Okay, next we'll move to item number 24 through 28. Chief Podesta, I believe you will be briefing us on, introduction items 24 through 28 are final acceptances that each moved forward from the Operations Committee for approval. So I'll ask Chief Podesta to just brief us on these items together, and then we can move into any director discussions on these items.
Again, final acceptance in general, I know as the board knows, but for anyone listening in, is the where we accept the product from our contractors, and when there are cases of state funding, issue a resolution that we're closing out the contract and we've accepted the work. It's always, again, it's a celebratory moment because this is the project has been completely closed out. The work of the facility is in service at this point, whatever the construction or improvement was, and we have 5 in this case. Their acceptance of new field lighting at Cleveland High School, the acceptance of construction work at Dearborn Park Elementary is a roof replacement and a seismic upgrade. There were seismic upgrade. The third project are seismic upgrades that were completed at Eckstein, and another the fourth project are also improvements at Eckstein to sunshades that have made the building much easier to maintain comfortable temperatures and have dealt with glare issues that were affecting some instructional spaces. And then the final acceptance of the geothermal well heating system that was installed at John Muir. So all these projects have been completed and closed out, and all these improvements to our school facilities are in service now. And if anyone has questions on any individual project, I'm happy to go into those.
Thank you. Director Mack,
Yay! Very excited, always excited about being able to do final acceptance on all these great projects. We're closing them out. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, Director Harris. Excuse me, Hampson. But go ahead.
I remember. Did you call on me, sir?
Go ahead, Director Harris.
Yes,
I'm
Harris.
sorry, I misheard. I thought that he called on me. Whichever.
I did.
What do you want?
You, Director Harris, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be out of turn. I thought I heard my name. I can remember 15 short years ago when the Capital Division of the Seattle Public Schools was so very sad and so very far over budget and so very non-transparent that there was a great deal of talk about shifting that to the city of Seattle. And when I see 4 of these contract acceptances come through, and BEX3, BEX4, BEX5, BTAs coming through on time, on budget, just a huge shout out to that team, and also to our man Richard Best, who we don't hear from very much as a board except in committee. What a difference it makes. And sometimes, frankly, it's hard to appreciate the progress that, in fact, we have made. And I say thank you.
Thank you. Director Hampson.
Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you. Director Hersey, now to you. Okay, we'll go to Director Rankin.
Just thanks, great thanks, and congratulations, and yay final acceptance.
Okay, thank you. Director Rivera Smith.
Yes, the same. Thank you. This is so great to see all these contracts get the final acceptance, and we can celebrate later. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. And I have nothing except congrats. Thank you so much, Fred.
Pass on your appreciation to the team. They'll be very gratified to hear it.
Thank you. We have now come to the board's comment section of the agenda. I will start with Director Hampson and just move through and just obviously note that it is 8:30. So Director Hampson too.
Well, I kind of had some prepared remarks, but I really hate to take away from the kind of ending on those acceptances, which I know we'll bring forward again in the meetings. But I had kind of wanted to reflect back for families that are and students that are struggling right now. We had some great comments from our student speakers that I noted with respect to the sense of that things are starting to stack upon each other in terms of the issues that our families are facing. And I think my caution would just be at this point that while we aspire to be focused on those that are the least resourced, we're not being successful in that, and we really do need to be focused on the things that we're failing to do well, because the extent of the overwhelming sense of stress and anxiety, helplessness and frustration, and disconnection, both literal and emotional, that our teachers are feeling from one another, from their students from each other, and then even just fear of going into a classroom because of what you might experience. And I know that we're working hard to remedy some of those things, but I do believe we need to also be looking at how we make better decisions going in. It's important for families to hear that we can reflect that back, that we are able to acknowledge how difficult things are. And I get calls all day long from counselors and teachers and parents who want to tell me their stories and the things that they're experiencing, and students who just got their devices today and are still struggling with Wi-Fi, foster students, And I think that whatever relief and support it provides to at least let families and teachers know that we hear all of that and are dedicated to doing what we can as board directors within the scope of our policy making obligation to try to lift some of that weight off of their soldiers. We've got to get past one-off logins. They're not an adequate proxy for access to learning. Because even if they log in, that doesn't mean their attention is sustained beyond an hour or two. And so that's certainly where my focus is, where my attention is hearing from those families and students, and then figuring out what we can do to make this situation work better. And from the standpoint of return to in-person, I firmly believe that it's a mistake to focus on that. That's not to say that there aren't aspects of that we need to be paying attention to, but we do not have a functional prospect for returning to a hybrid model. It's way more complicated than I think families imagine once you take into consideration childcare. And when we have failed as of yet to even fully dedicate ourselves to our reopening resolution, it's difficult, if not impossible, for me to turn my attention to that. So, I'd like to see us get some mastery of where we are right now. And I'm just a thank you to the unwavering commitment of our educators and our students who are pressing on in such trying times. They really are pushing themselves beyond, I'm sure, what they would have ever expected in order to access education. It's okay to not be celebrating the fact that our children are confined to their homes and childcare and community centers and staring at screens rather than looking forward to the normal bustle of school environments. It's okay to acknowledge that and to sit in that with our families, and then figure out together where we can find hope and connection. So and I'll leave it at that. And thanks to all of you and all of the staff for hanging in there and bringing levity where we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Harris.
I'll add to that, and I'll also add that I heard a piece on NPR the other day. I think it was KUOW, where a psychologist or a psychiatrist who sits on the state committee was talking about the absolutely real health effects of this pandemic and how it's affecting all of us, and certainly especially our children and our families. I pulled over to listen to it because I found it so profound. I'll find the link and send it out. I guess one of the things that would help me immensely as a board director, if there is a potential emergency or a heads up in District 6, I would like to know about it, as opposed to having to triangulate on social media very upset, anxious, and frankly very angry parents to tell me about something that frankly I should know from staff and from our directors of schools and or principals. And again, if we have an information void, then rumors and misstatements and incorrect facts fill that void, and it takes 10 times the effort to unravel that. And if we have screwed up, I want us to acknowledge it, give our lessons learned as a district, as leaders, figure out what we can do better the next time, and absolutely acknowledge the collective pain and anxiety that everyone is feeling. And that communication just has got to be better, up and down and around our district. uh, there's no excuse for not knowing that a Title I school does not have 57 hotspots, and that they were delivered last Friday. I am stupefied by that, and I share that Title I Concord Elementary School, International Elementary School's pain. And I wish the heck I'd known about it before. And I know people in DOT and all the chiefs and the superintendent are all working very, very hard, but we need to have more timely information. We need not to have to wait until the budget session to find out what our school numbers are. The vacuum of information is extraordinarily troubling to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hersey.
I'll keep my comments brief. I just wanted to say thank you again to all the families that have been reaching out and all of the families that have been participating in our weekly calls in District 7. I would say that I echo Director Hampson's comments around how we should be approaching this conversation about potentially returning. I think that through the resolution that we passed with options for outdoor school and through our very clear commitments to ensure that we're serving special education students as we're applicable in our buildings, we accomplish much of what our expectations and what our really priority should be at this moment. As an educator, I say that to say that I still have several of my students who have family members in their homes who are battling COVID. I have several instances where kids in my building are just reaching out and saying that they just feel more safe at home. And so even through every conversation that I've had with a District 7 parent, there is no interest in even entertaining the idea of returning to school in any in-person fashion, especially not in the hybrid model. I think that we're really missing the mark if we're not giving our educators the opportunity to really refine the practice that we've been asking them to develop, as we heard earlier, for 40 days over their summer. So we need to really be a leader in this space and not reflect and deflect to what is the normal operational model for our system in terms of trying to get bodies back in buildings. We need to continue to hold strong and prioritize our students furthest away from educational justice, who we have not done a great job of hearing from or engaging with. And so it really just baffles me that we're even seriously entertaining the notion of returning to school in any in-person fashion. So I just want to make very clear that in no way at this juncture do I support even starting to have those conversations. What we really need to be focused on is lifting up the resolution that the community worked with Directors Hampson and Rankin and I to uplift, as well as making sure that we are providing all of the resources necessary to do remote learning effectively. To Director Harris's point just a moment ago, if we still have buildings that are struggling to provide hotspots, I shudder to think what's going to happen when we try to go back to school in any way, shape, or form. I think that our system really needs time to breathe in this moment where we are to perfect what we know we need to perfect in terms of delivering a sustainable and effective online model. And if we're not truly focused on that, then we're doing our families and our community a vast disservice. And I really worry for the direction of our district if we are seriously entertaining any real return to school in terms of this hybrid model. I think that our educators have made it very clear that we need to give them the space to do this well, because that is what we asked of them. And if we turn our backs on that commitment from our end and ask them to come back and but come back to a system to where we have not adequately planned in putting them into situations to where they are not safe and risk cannot be mitigated, then we, again, are doing our students and our community a vast disservice. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mack.
I have 3 kiddos, and so I'm experiencing this transition to remote learning from a very personal level of helping them navigate it, manage it, the complexity of the platforms and the clicking and the number of transitions throughout the day and the expectations and it's I mean educators also they're doing, I mean, they're sitting on the computer for 10, 12 hours a day. I mean, the work that is happening right now is incredibly taxing on our educators, on our building leaders with the increased amount of, materials, handouts they need to do. And it's just overwhelming for everyone in the system right now. And I would like to ask for the superintendent and staff and district, and you're working very, very hard as well, and we know this. And in thinking about the need for shifting resources or potentially bolstering supports in different places, I would like to encourage, increased supports around, providing one-to-one tech support for students, and the family reach outs, utilizing, staff to whatever extent that we've got them to help support those things even more now. Because the level of stress that we're all experiencing is, in some cases, it may be reaching crisis levels. And I just really want to express and ask for, everyone's working really hard, but if we can think of however additional ways that we can support our schools and our families from the district office in terms of simplifying communications, reducing stress, reducing churn. The October adjustments are coming down the line. We haven't had them fully announced yet, but they're being told to families. So on top of the massive adjustment of doing schooling online and clicking through and trying to manage a full day with 8, 10 different transitions, a number of our families are going to be experiencing potentially a change in teacher, and that is disruptive. And that information is being pushed out, but we don't. I'm incredibly nervous about that, and I wonder how the district can support reducing the disruption for students and families at this point, as well as the points made by my colleagues around the gaps in service that we already know exist, and that, what can we do to ensure that those needs get met ASAP. The question around returning to, an in-person conversation, I mean, families were getting pushed. Everyone, it would be nice to be able to go that direction. And I also share, I share the perspective that I'm not sure that we can pivot effectively, and that our focus should be on doing the best for our families and students that we possibly can now, and bolstering the supports around the remote learning model that we've got going. And so I really just want to express to the entire district on all levels, family, staff, that this is hard. This is very hard for everyone. And I deeply appreciate everyone that's trying to make it easier and support our families and students in this time.
So thank you.
Thank you. Director Rankin.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief as we are approaching 9 p.m. I just wanted to really thank the students that came and participated today. It's especially in this remote model, feeling even further away from students, and so it's really nice. It was really nice for them to take the time to and to be able to hear from them directly. So thank you. I also want to really thank Speaker Jeannie Shu for talking about secure gun storage. This is an issue that Director Rivera-Smith and I actually proposed the very same thing, sharing information with families about safe gun storage laws. Last spring, I think, is when we started talking about it. And with everybody at home and with stress levels high, it's even more critical. So really appreciate the work of Moms Demand Action and other groups, and Jeannie for bringing that forward. And I hope that we will figure out a way to push that information out to families. To connect to what my colleagues were talking about in terms of remote learning and in person, we're starting to get a lot of emails that say, remote learning isn't working. And as the parent of a 3rd grader and a 6th grader, I hear that so hard. But the reality is, as other people have said, the push can't be to return to school as quickly as possible for everybody, because it's, as we look across the country, this virus is behaving in very bizarre ways that we still don't understand. Children do get it. Children do pass it. Young people get it and get very sick. I know of someone whose daughter is getting a EKG for a potential inflamed heart related to COVID tomorrow. And she had enough symptoms that, she didn't have respiratory symptoms, but she was sick. And this could potentially impact her for the rest of her life. So I hear the urgency, and it's scary and hard for all of us with kind of everything at the same time in our homes. But I would just ask that as much as possible, people shift their thinking from remote learning just isn't working to what do I need for my family to make remote learning work for us. And I would encourage folks to, let your teachers know, in the MOU and in discussions, we have made it really clear as a board, and in the MOU it was agreed to that there would be teachers would be recording some lessons for students to access, if they can't make the live schedule work. There should be a lot of flexibility for students and families to let your teacher know if you've got a child and you're struggling every day to have them sit at the computer, let them get up and move around and figure out something else. There is actually, it feels very rigid and like it's sort of a one size fits all, but there's actually a great deal of flexibility in there, but you will have to ask for it. And let your teacher know and let us know what could make it easier for you so that remote learning can work, because the reality is that most of us are going to be in this scenario for longer than we want to be. So instead of, it's not going to work, let's go back, we've got to think about how can we make it work. So let us know how we can make it work and what you need. And just really quickly, I want to say I have serious strong objections to the proposed October adjustments. And as much stability and reliability as we can give families at this time, that should be, and teachers, that should be all of our top priority. So thank you, and see you all next time.
Thank you, Liza. Director Rivera-Smith.
Thank you. I will try to close this out quickly. I wanted to also thank the students who came out today or came online with us to give comments. Giselle and Savannah from Franklin, thank you for the information and feedback from there on how fluently you spoke of what's going on there, but also we're honest about the struggles. And Savannah mentioned wanting to have a district-wide partnership going on. So I really hope that Savannah will connect with Director Hersey or even myself, because I would love to find out more about what the idea is there. To Danny from Ballard, you're absolutely right. It should not be that hard to change your name and your preferred name in there. We have a system; it's not working. So I really just I urge our district to figure out how to make that more fluid and more accessible to families and students who are experiencing trauma when they have the wrong name up there and are and that's following them around. So please do what we can for that. Just in response to the families, we are getting lots of people asking us, what's our plan? When are we going? How are we going back? It's not even just when, it's how are we deciding? And we do have metrics that we're going to use for that. And they are the best place I can find them is actually in the MOU, where we talk about utilizing the Department of Health's K-12 schools fall 2020-21 guidance and the decision tree. So if people are wondering how we're deciding that's what we're using. But of course, that comes with the caveat of a lot of engagement that'll have to go with that and that's part even there in the MOU mentioning the work group. Obviously, we need with community. Obviously, now also the superintendent, the task force for reopening and remote learning. So there's a lot of people who have to get buy-in and a lot of stakeholders involved. I know patience is if not running thin, all but gone. But we are. It is something that is on our minds and we have not lost sight of it, but are just trying to be very smart because losing lives is a serious thing. And we all know that remote learning has been very difficult. And so I would also encourage, obviously we're doing it, but I just want to say that we do need to figure out how we're going to operationalize the outdoor classrooms that we approved resolution for the pilots. Our youngest learners are the ones who I would see being great recipients of that opportunity. I know it's easier said than done, so our district does need to get in with the guidance as quickly as we can to make those kind of things possible. It's nothing more heartbreaking than sitting at home with us. Your big children, not as much sympathy for, but the little ones, you're looking at them and it's heartbreaking to see the struggles. And it's no parent can take this very long. So we need to get things together as much as we can. I know we're working hard. We need to work harder. So thank you, everybody. I hope everyone has a good night.
Thank you. My other comments are, I wanted to thank the students for joining us today. So great to have students today. I want to thank my colleagues for your support on the Student Community Workforce Agreement. Super transformational, and I'm so excited about it. Thank you for your incredible support. I know that's going to have a long-lasting impact for 7 generations to come. And I think the only other thing that carried today is, while we've been sitting on this call for about 6 hours just now, there's students that don't have a place to live tonight. They don't have a place to sleep that's safe. They don't have enough food. They don't have a device, or they don't have access to internet. And so much of our work is really about just making sure that every single one of our kids is safe and supported and can learn. And, even as we sit here on this call, I know that, we're falling short of that, and it just weighs heavy on me. I don't have anything more to say. But there being no further business to come before the board tonight, this regular board meeting is now adjourned at 9 p.m. Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020. And thank you all, and please do get some rest.